Hello everybody and welcome to Mark Goldbridge, That's Football. It's back, we are live and I hope you're all doing very, very well. Manchester United are not back because that's on the United stand. This is That's Football. It is Sheffield United at Aston Villa and it is the backness of football. It's not that we're glad to see the back of lockdown. We're glad to see the back of no football for 3 months. But football is back and we are very, very excited. I hope you're all doing very well. I hope you're all very happy and I hope you're all very excited because we're going to be kicking off at 6 o'clock. In 29 minutes time, Premier League football is back. We are a little bit early because I want to just get a bit of an overview of where we are in the Premier League. We've also got Man City against Aston Villa coming up to against Arsenal. That would be bad if it was Villa having to play 2 games in a row. How would they do that? Against Arsenal later on. Looking forward to that one. But big connotations for this one as well, of course, because Aston Villa are in a Premier League relegation fight, and Sheffield United with Dean Henderson and Aston Villa with Jack Grealish, United link there, or maybe another link. They are both in very, very different situations. Sheffield United could go 5th tonight. They could knock Man United down to 6th. Aston Villa could give their aspirations of staying up a bit of a knock. Lingardino says get onto Hot Mic. If you've not used Hot Mic before, all I'm going to say to you is download it. The link is in the video description. It's free on Apple and Android. If you struggle with being behind me on your stream and your match, this is an app that you can use to sync in when it kicks off. You just hold my... you'll get exactly the same as what you're getting on YouTube. You'll get a live comments. You even get a bit of crowd noise on Hot Mic. But the brilliance of Hot Mic is that when you hold up me talking about the game to your TV screen, turn your audio on to your commentary just for a few seconds, it syncs it up perfectly. Turn your audio off on your telly and it will perfectly sync in with what I'm saying with what's on your screen. So if there's a goal about to be scored, it'll be on your screen. That's how it works. Brilliant technology. Don't really know how it works, but that's what it does. So easy to do. Download it, link in the video description. Use the invite code MARK363 and find this stream and give Hot Mic a go. We've got people already using Hot Mic. 47 people are using our Hot Mic at the moment. For some reason I can't see anybody in the chat, but if you are there, let's make sure it works. Hello. Okay, I can't see my chats on Hot Mic, which is a little bit annoying, but I'm sure we can sort that out very soon. Say my name, Mark. Khalid, he is. What do you think the score will be, says Conister? I tell you what, I don't think I'm going to persist with this black shirt. Already I can see it was a mistake. I'm hot and we've got to do about 5 hours. So Marcus Rashford, I like the sound of that, says Yazza Said. Let's have a look at the team news. That's very important that we do that. So let's have a look at this team news. We've got, obviously, Aston Villa are currently 2nd from bottom. They're on 25 points and they are 2 points off Bournemouth, Watford and West Ham. But with this game in hand, they could put Bournemouth and Watford into the bottom 3, which I want them to do in a way because Watford are playing Leicester on Saturday lunchtime and therefore Watford will be very desperate to beat Leicester, who United are trying to chase, and everybody else who wants to get top 4. So that'll be an interesting thing. Sheffield United, 43 points. 2 points behind Manchester United. They could leapfrog with them. They're in 7th place at the moment. If they win, they'll go up to 5th. If they draw, they'll go up to 7th. If they lose, they'll go up to 6th. And if they draw, they'll stay in. If they lose, they'll stay in 7th. So there's opportunities for Sheffield United there. Let's have a look at the team news. So Aston Villa, Nyland in goal, Konza, House, Mings, Targay, Hourahan, Douglas Luiz, McGinn, obviously he's been out for a long time. This 3 months has helped him out. El Ghazi, Davis and Grealish. Sheffield United, Dean Henderson in goal. He's extended that loan. Basham, Egan, Stevens, Baldock, Sanderberg, Lundstrom, Norwood, Robinson, McBurney and Sharp. A lot of people would not have known many of these players before this tournament, this Premier League season, but they've done fantastically well and they are where they deserve to be. Do I think they'll be there at the end of the season? No, I don't. But I think that they've got an opportunity tonight to go and get a result, and I think Aston Villa need to go and get a result. I think Arsenal need to go and get a result. Whether they'll get it, I don't know. I'm predicting a draw between Villa and Sheffield United, but I think it's going to be a very interesting game nonetheless. And I think that it's a brilliant sort of dress rehearsal as well, because we're going to get to see how it works having 5 substitutes. We're going to get to see how it works in relation to fitness levels. Kickoff is in 24 minutes time, Eli. Please share the video if you're watching. Share button and subscribe if you're new. Bottom right hand corner. We're on 159,000 subscribers on YouTube, actually. We're not far off getting 160,000, so please subscribe if you're new. We've got 85 people watching on... I'm going to see if I can get this to work on Hotmart. I don't know why my live comments isn't working. It's a little bit annoying, actually. Ah, it's working now. Great. Good stuff, good stuff. Close that. Colin McAteer says, hi Mark, if you had to pick between Bruno Fernandes and Kevin De Bruyne, who would you pick? Definitely Bruno Fernandes. Got a few people joining on the hot mic. There will be background noise when the game kicks off. Please use hot mic for Man United watchers as long as it's epic, says Vicky. And the sync isn't set up yet because the game hasn't started. No, as soon as the game starts, I will sync it in. There's no point me syncing it in at the moment. I'll do it when the game starts. So what hot mic does, if you are one of those people who watch the watch-alongs and you're behind, or even if you're ahead, you download the app, link in the video description, use the invite code Mark363, go into the Aston Villa versus Sheffield United That's Football watch-along, which is the same as what you'd see on YouTube. There is a live comments and me doing the same stream. Hold your phone up to the TV that you're watching, turn the audio on, match it up with mine, and it will sync in perfectly. But we do that when the game kicks off because then I can make sure it's second for second. It works well. Mark's had a shave today and he's looking good, says Goldbridge 2020. Right, now I've got that set, I can actually have two live comments open. I can have the hot mic and YouTube. We're working. Okay, we've had a super chat on YouTube from Trent Singh. He says, Mark, do you know anything about Davies up front for Villa, keeping Samata on the bench? I don't really. Samata, as I call him. I think it's just a very interesting time for Aston Villa, to be honest. I think they desperately need to go and get a result. Obviously, from a United perspective, and I'm sure people will be looking at people like McGinn and Grealish, but ultimately they've got to go and get a result. I just feel that Villa would normally feel that they are favourites, but obviously Sheffield United have had such a great season, and Villa are down in the relegation spots. But 3 months is a long time. It's like a new season. It's like a new season, but it's not. But it is, because 3 months is a long time to have off. You're basically starting a 9-game season with different levels of handicaps. Like for Villa, they're in the bottom 3. For Sheffield United, they're 5th. It's like a competition, really. It's like Liverpool, you've basically won the league. You've just got to win 2 games. United, Chelsea, and Leicester, and maybe even Wolves and Sheffield United, you're fighting for 4th, but you've got different points totals. They are where they deserve to be, of course there are, but it's very hard for players to have momentum or anything like that. They've just got to come back and try and they will play differently. Liverpool will be irrelevant again when Klopp leaves, says Unicorn Star. And nice shave, Mark, says Shohab. And Grealish has a new hairstyle, says James, but he's just put it up in a ponytail, really, let's be honest. And Sheffield United are going to win this, says Hippodrome. I don't know. I don't know whether that will be the case. Samata's on the bench for Villa, in case people were wondering about him. Samata's on the bench. Trezeguet's on the bench. They sometimes start. But I'm interested to see what this Davis lad's all about. 39. He's not 39 of age. His shirt number's 39. But I am interested to see what he's going to be all about, of course. And I'm just a little bit annoyed at the moment. Let me just check on this. Don't think I can do anything about it. It's annoying me a little bit though. Just have to stick with it. No, I'm looking at myself on the screen and it's a little bit grainy and it shouldn't be. But I think it's because we're streaming. It automatically, YouTube knocks down the quality, which is a bit annoying. There you go. I never thought I would be excited for this fixture, says Kevin Kim. No, I'm the same as you, mate. I think it's it's a funny old fixture at the end of the day. I haven't watched the first team, no, Abdul Akhtar, and any chance you can show us the game, says Shane McAllister. I'd put that probably between 0 and not going to happen. It amazes me that people still ask for that. Please read my name now, says Walk Dubbridge. Okay. And match of the week for you, Mark. Manchester United against Spurs. You know, the preview's going up on the United stand tonight. I've already recorded it, and the enormity of that game is huge. Mourinho against Solskjaer. I think if we weren't coming out of a lockdown and, you know, people weren't feeling how they're feeling, I think it would be a very, very a different sort of build-up to the game. So I think it's a massive game. That I think Watford Leicester's quite a big game. Obviously, Man City against Spurs, Man City against Arsenal tonight. I mean, look, is that a big game? It's a big fixture. I don't think it's a big game. I think City are very firmly the favourites in that one, and I would expect that to continue, if I'm honest with you. Please subscribe if you're on YouTube for Mark Goldbridge. That's football. We're trying to get up to 160,000 tonight. And also, please share the video. There's a share button. If you share it on Twitter and Facebook, that would be appreciated. And Sheffield United to get Champions League football would be amazing, says Ottens11. It would. I think the lockdown's not going to do them any favours. I thought they had an outside chance before coronavirus hit because United and other teams were playing like weekend, midweek, Europa League, etc. But now Sheffield United will not have the advantage of having one game a week. They're going to be playing 3 games a week, as are everybody else, but they haven't really got the squad for it. So Sheffield United have got a game tonight. I think they've got a game on Sunday, and then they've got a game on Wednesday against Manchester United. It's 3 games in 7 days for Sheffield United, and I think that they will struggle because of that. Joshua Bowwater says you've got stiff competition in Laura Woods for best influencer, Mark. What a woman. And tough decision tonight. Might watch you for the Villa match. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to read that out, Chomps Gooms. Thank you very much for the contribution, though. And when I see you reading comments, I get excited, wondering if you'll ever read mine out. Come on, Mark. Brilliant what you do. Keep it up, mate, says Stephen Wright. Well, Stephen Wright, United has been made, hopefully. I'm very privileged to read your comments out, and thank you very much for joining in. Mark, there's been another bid on Newcastle from a USA consortium, says L. Clark. And Max, I'll tell you what, I'll do you a favour now, then you can fuck off. And if Sheffield United get Champions League, they won't get group stage, says Jaden Hawkins. They won't get out the group stage. And Mark, Messi or Ronaldo, not going to talk about that. The Premier League's back. I don't want to talk about La Liga, Serie A, Bundesliga, French football or anything else. This is the best league in the world. This is the Premier League. We've been playing at it. We've been doing Bundesliga watch-alongs. We've been pretending to be interested in German football. We're not. We're interested in the Premier League. We're watching Sheffield United play Aston Villa because we love the Premier League. And this is our league. And when I say our league, I don't mean you've got to be English. I mean, this is the best league in the world. If you're a follower of the Premier League from India, America, Australia, wherever you're watching from, you are elite because this is the best league in the world. And every other league and every other Ballon d'Or winner can do one. Not interested. Barcelona aren't going to win the Champions League. Juventus aren't going to win the Champions League. That is just Messi versus Ronaldo, which we've seen for the last 10 years. They're the 2 best players on the world, but they're not playing in the best leagues in the world. This is the best league in the world. Mark, will Arteta, the pupil, outsmart Pep, the teacher? He did put Pepe. Danny put Pepe. It's Pep. Look, stranger things have happened. Manchester United have beaten Manchester City 3 times out of the last 4 games. So, of course, Arsenal could win tonight. I mean, it's not an impossibility, but Arsenal are that. They are that person that we've all met before who are absolutely full of it and then don't deliver. You know, you're going out on a night out with your mates and you're having a few cans on your way into town, and this is your Arsenal mates there going, I tell you what, I'm up for it tonight, lads. Anyone gets in my way and I'm dropping them. I'm absolutely dropping them. No one better get in my way. I've been doing 10 press-ups a day all week. I'm up for it. I'm up for a knock tonight. A fight starts and you wonder where they are, and they're hiding in the toilets. And that's Arsenal. They're all gobby, but they don't deliver. They might throw a knockout punch tonight, but I'd be very surprised. Man City would have to have a bad day. Arsenal would have to have a very, very good day. Joshua Bowwater, thanks for the super chat. He says, Jack Rodwell on the bench. That name's a throwback. Thought he disappeared to Australia. I mean, who's he on the bench for? I mean, he must be on the bench for... He's on the bench for Sheffield United. Well, isn't Ravel Morrison at Sheffield United as well? He never gets anywhere near the bench, does he? I don't know whether he's still there. But, yeah, I mean, Rodwell, I didn't even know which team he was going to be on the bench for then. So, my score prediction for this game, Oscar, I'm going to go... What's everybody else's score prediction? I'm going to go with a draw in this one. I think it will be well. I don't know whether it will be 1-1. I don't know what. I'm not normally that great at predicting the score, but I think it will be. I think it will be one. I think it will be a draw. And a lot of people are going for 1-1. LFC 1892, Raheel Akhtar, and Herbal TV has gone for TY has gone for 3-1. But a lot of people going for a draw, which I think is probably the likeliest one. Ryan Gillen says, I didn't watch the other leagues. I'm so buzzing for the games today. Thanks for all the content on 3 channels taking us through the lockdown. Well, thanks for your super chat, Ryan. Really appreciate that. If you want to do your super chats, you can do that through the... you can do it through YouTube, and you can do it through Hot Mic as well. Please subscribe if you're new and share the video. We have more chance of getting top 4 than United, Mark, says Dav3FC. But I don't know what club you're talking about, Dav. So... please tell us what club you're talking about, and I will tell you if you've got. I mean, if you're a Man City fan, of course you've got a more chance of getting top 4 than United. If you're a Liverpool fan, the same. If you're a Leicester fan, I'll argue with it. Chelsea, I'll argue with it. If you're anywhere below us, I'm going to laugh at you. Like, you've got no chance of getting top 4 ahead of us. Wolves, Sheffield United, Spurs, Arsenal, anybody below United, I'm laughing at you. In a respectful way, I'm going to laugh at you. You will not get top 4. It's not going to happen. For Sheffield United, it won't happen for Sheffield United. They haven't got the squad depth. They're at a big disadvantage here, and I think that's will happen. Nyland will be a game changer, says Distinctive Boss. And if Sheffield United win, they are above United, says Chelsea CFC LGL. I know, and but I don't think it'll happen. I don't think it'll happen. Sheffield United 1, Aston Villa 0, says Kartik. And 0-0, says Lake Snake. Who do you think is going to win? I'm not talking about the Ballon d'Or. Look, if you want to talk about the Ballon d'Or, go and find some irrelevant little Barcelona channel who still think they've got a relevant league. Would you take John McGinn and Jack Grealish as Jerome Tigrin? No, because you're taking a big percentage of Aston Villa's midfield there, who aren't good enough for Manchester United collectively. As individuals, they might do all right, but they're not a team that's top of the league. And I know McGinn has been out injured for a while, but not for me. Liverpool fan here, always find these nice to watch. Nice one, mate. Love the FIFA 2, says Stop Snooping. Thanks for the super chat, mate. Let's have a look what's going on Hot Mic. We've got 120 people watching on Hot Mic. And Mark had a shave today and he looks lovely, says Goldbridge 20. Hot Mic quality as usual. Everyone give it a go, says Jake Buckley. Lads, get on this Hot Mic. It's far better than YouTube, says Joe. Well, look, that's people on the Hot Mic chat. I will be reading comments out from both throughout the night, and we are doing both games as a watch along. We will be doing Man City against Arsenal as well. The way Hot Mic works, Joe on YouTube is saying, who is Hot Mic? The way Hot Mic works is that you can download it. It's free. It's on Apple and Android. The link is in the video description. What its great technology is really is it does have a comment so I can read it out. It does have exactly the same streaming on it. It has a bit of crowd noise as well, which can be a bit ambience. But what you do with it, when the game kicks off, I will get up, I will hold my phone to my TV, and I'll turn the audio on, and it will sync in with me talking on my stream. Then, when I've done that and you're on Hot Mic, turn the audio on to the match that you're watching, keep the audio on with mine, press the sync button, it will sync them two together. So when I say, Grealish is through and he's scored, Grealish will be running through and scoring on your TV. It syncs in with what game you're watching, and that could be a stream that's 2 minutes behind me, a few seconds behind, whatever. It works really well. Give it a try. Link in the video description. It's on Apple and Android and it's free. It's got super chat option. It's got a chat option. And it's worth a go, because with so many games coming up, you might find it, you might like it, and you might want to use that over this. Who do you think is going to win tonight, says Daniel Green? I'm going to go with a draw in this game, and I'm going to go with a win for Man City in the next game. So that's what I'm going for, and we're doing super chats for both games. I'm just going to stretch my back out. There's going to be a lot of this tonight, so if you don't like looking at a man thrusting his back because he's got lower back pain, this show is not for you. I think we'll beat United, Mark, says come on you Spurs. It could happen. It could happen. Forfeit if Arsenal win. No, what I've said is if Arsenal get top 4, I'll wear a Burnley shirt every watch along I do next season. And Mark, you are the best. Thank you for making lockdown better for everyone, says Omar. Well, thank you, Omar, for the nice comments. And Mark, why have you gone from... There we go. I like this one. Mark, why have you gone from so negative to so positive after Man United during the lockdown? Well, I think a lot of people have done that, Connor. I think it's been a very unprecedented time. It's been a time to evaluate. It's been a time to see what's important. But also, let's not forget, United did have quite a positive end before lockdown. There was a bit of momentum there. Pogba and Rashford coming back. We've got a good chance of getting top 4. We could win the Europa League. There's reasons to be positive when we're not playing. Of course, the proof is going to be in the pudding now. They've got to deliver. Sheffield United have got to deliver. Arsenal have got to try and deliver. You know, the games are coming now, and positivity around United is well earned, but it can be taken away if they don't deliver. It's going to be interesting. Nick P says, I never thought a game like this would mean so much to me. Watching this first game and listening to the man who helps me through lockdown means a lot, says Nick P. High five. Expecting a few goals in teams' first games back, to be honest. Half expecting it to be like a training match, says Joshua Bowser. I mean, what do you think about that? Do you think there will be a lot of games? Or do you think got a lot of goals? There's going to be a lot of games. Do you think there will be a lot of goals? Or do you think it will be, quite slow in that sense? It could be really tight 0-0. It could be 4-4. I hope it's the latter. And good point though, Josh. An Extreme Blue Moore says, do you think Norwich will stay up? We had Todd Cantwell on the United stand a couple of months ago. And one of the questions I wanted Flex to ask them was, how will they treat football when it comes back? Is it like a mini season where you just go into it and go for it and don't let the last games bother you? And I think that's what you've got to do. You've just got to psychologically think, look, we're at a handicap. We've got less points than everybody else, but we're not in a rhythm. We're not in a rhythm. It's a brand new start. It's 3 months. Let's go for it. What are your favourite things to do, says Unicorn Star Horn Love. Well, I love watching football, to be honest with you. That's what I like to do. Lucas says hot mic is better. Does it work with headphones, says Jordan? I would imagine so. Can we still sync on here? I've not done the sync thing yet, Stephen Thornton. I'm going to do it in a minute. So if you're on hot mic, hold on a minute. It will sync. Origi says Todd Cantwell and Jamal Lewis, the next Liverpool backup left back. And hi Mark, how are you? Says Ryan McDonald. I'm good. I hope everyone else is all right. And is Dele Alli overrated? Says Doom Agaden. Boss, he is on FIFA. And Zed Jamie's back again. Good lads. Good lads. Thoughts on Bergwijn? I think he looks good. I think Bergwijn looks good, but he's had very little time at Spurs. So I think that we'll have to wait and see what happens with him really. But I do rate him. Shout out to Calvin and Sean from Newry, says Calvin White. And Mark, what do you think about Rashford? Says Thomas Wilkins. Rashford the person or Rashford the player? Because I think as the person, he's absolutely fantastic what he's done. How could anybody dislike him? He's a genius what he's done. I think as a player, much like Manchester United, he's in that scenario now where he's got to get out there and deliver the world class capabilities that he's got, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do. I really am. Mad, are you showing the match or just the score? Says Mr. Lucas. We don't show the match. We haven't got the rights to do that. And what time is kickoff, Mark? I believe it's in about 5 minutes' time. So looking forward to that. Please subscribe if you're new. Bottom right-hand corner. We're trying to get up to 100. I was just checking that. We're trying to get up to 160,000 subscribers today, which would be great. And also, please share the video because the more shares, the more people we get watching. So underneath, you can share it on Twitter. You can share it on Facebook. That would be appreciated. I like this game. I like this game today. It's a game that just appetites. It's an appetizer. It's a prawn cocktail. It's a garlic mushroom. It's a crispy seaweed. It's wherever you get your appetizers from. This is what Aston Villa against Sheffield United is. It's an appetizer. It's a game that has got a lot on it. Villa fighting relegation. Sheffield United with a nosebleed trying to get top 4. Really, really important game. And obviously we've got that game, which is I think this game could be have more in it. I mean, at the end of the day, let me be harsh here. Sheffield United are trying to get into the top 4. Villa are trying to not get relegated. Man City will finish second, and they're playing a mid-table club. So, but it's because Arsenal and Man City are big clubs that it's a bigger game. But actually, I think this is a bigger game. Going to be in work when Liverpool clinch the title, says Calvin White. Is that done by design? And Mark, if we get top 4, you'll have to dedicate a video to Phil Jones, says Jaden123 on Hot Mic. We nearly got 200 people on Hot Mic. What I'd say about Hot Mic is get ready, because I'm going to be syncing in. I'm going to do it. I'm actually going to go and do it now, actually. Why not? Why not? Let me just do this. So Hot Mic, you can download it. Link is in the video description for that. I'm going to keep talking to you while I do this. And what I do now is I go round to the telly that I'm watching, and I sync in the audio with what I'm watching with what I'm saying, and then everybody who's watching on Hot Mic can do the same by syncing. But let me just sync mine in first. So we're only about 3 minutes away from kickoff now. Okay, so we're synced in, which is great. So if you're on Hot Mic now, all you need to do is go into the app and click, or come in and go out, and then press sync. I've synced in my commentary with what I'm watching on the telly. So what that means is, when you go into the Hot Mic app, and make sure to use the invite link, invite code Mark363. When you download the app, or when you're in the app at the moment, use the invite code Mark363. Go to That's Football, Aston Villa versus Sheffield United Watchalong. You will see the sync button on the thing. Press the sync button. Make sure the audio's on the football that you're watching. Hold and sync by holding it up to the audio of what you're watching, and it will sync in exactly with what I'm saying. So when a goal goes in, you'll be watching it on the screen like what I'm talking about. Because I know some people get stuck behind my stream and things like that. The players are walking out, says Harry6364. Yeah, I mean, just try it out. We've got 240 people on Hot Mic. And Jordan says he's 30 seconds behind. You should be all right now if you're syncing. How do you sync? And I'm perfectly synced, says Jordan. Come in and go out and press the sync button, which is on... Let me just go into Hot Mic. I knew people would struggle with this. You'll get used to it over the time. So when you go into Hot Mic, sending out to my thoughts to my cousin, says Josh Barwater. There's nothing wrong with him. He just lives in Tamworth. Well, that's bad enough, Joshua. And Mark, did you see the Pogba interview where he said Phil Jones was most likely to score an own goal? Says Greg Walker. Thanks for the super chats. No, I didn't. I'm just trying to do something here. Players are out on the pitch at the moment, by the way. There you go, Cynical Gamer. Colin McAteer says, if you're in the Hot Mic app, click on Mark on the screen and you'll see a sync button. Press sync button and then it will tell you to hold your app or whatever to the commentary that you're watching, and it will sync it in together. But you've got to have the commentary on the TV that you're watching for a few seconds so it can sync with mine. Then turn it off and then you've got my commentary, haven't you? Do I like Oasis, says Alpha Travis. Yes, I do. We're about to kick off here. I've just forgotten something. First game back and all that jazz. Where are you? Where are you? I can tell you what, you can tell I haven't done this for a while. Apart from German football. I need my timer. That's what I'm talking about. We're just about... Michael Oliver's the ref. Forgot about that, Pratt. Okay... Snaz, where are you? There you are. He's ready to go. Right, so he's flipping a coin here. Premier League football is back, baby. Premier League football is back. Please share the video. If you're watching on YouTube, click the share button. Share it out on Twitter and Facebook. Let's see if we can get a few thousand watching tonight. We have got football back. What's up? My favourite content creator says Ready HD. I'm good, mate. And thank you for the super chats that people are putting in on YouTube. And please, please do subscribe if you're new. Bottom right-hand corner, we're trying to get up to 160k. Wyatt is so hyped. I'm so hyped too, Wyatt. I'm really hyped. In fact, let me do a back stretch. 1, 2. This is not anything sinister. This is actually, if you have lower back pain, it's very good. because it hurts sitting down, and I'm going to be doing this for a few hours, so I need to keep doing it every few minutes. Philip, on Hot Mic, it doesn't tend to matter if your commentary is English. It syncs in with NBC, BT, Sky, Norwegian football. Loads of people have said that it will sync no matter what you're watching, so give it a go. I've got the move, says Harry, like Jagger. Right. Oh, I've been looking forward to this. Bloody football. I love bloody football, me. Football, it's back. Back. Football is back. Come on. Bloody love it. Love it. Sit down, Bundesliga. I'm going to be doing that a lot as well. I'm sorry, Bundesliga, but you disappointed me. You had a chance and you bloody blew it. You blew it because you're biased towards Bayern. Biased for Bayern, that's what you are. Anyway, we're about to kick off here. I've got a timer on YouTube, which I'll show you. And you can sync on Hot Mic. Try out Hot Mic. Give it a try. Links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android. Loads of people love it when they try it. It's free. Use the invite code MARK363 and give it a try. You can sync in exactly with my commentary by when you go in, press sync, hold it up to your commentary that you're watching on your telly. It will sync with mine. Turn it off, and then you've got a comment section as well. Here we go. They're all on one knee. Michael Oliver as well. This is for the, obviously, Black Lives Matter, which they've got on the back of their shirts. And very empty Villa Park, of course. You would expect that, because you'd be very surprised if there were fans there, let's be honest. And there aren't any. But we're off and running. And Sheffield United, it's a foul. It's a foul straight away. Hey, Mark, people are forgetting that Chelsea have to play Liverpool and Man City. That's a drop of at least 5 points, says Abdul. I love this game. Could cry, Mark. It's great too, says Charlie Welsh. They're using FIFA crowd sounds behind the game, says Ashvin. Well, I'm interested to see how this game will start. I'm keeping a good eye on how they're moving about, how they're running, you know, etc., etc. What's the score, says Ash Phillips. Well, they've only been kicking off for about a minute and a half, mate, so it is still 0-0. Fake noise is too loud, says No Context MG. And nice haircuts. It's not. I am doing Hot Mic, Andrew Parrish, yes. Time wasting already, says Dan11. Well, I think both team needs to win. Arsenal, I mean Aston Villa. This is not this is their game in hand, isn't it? This is Man City and Arsenal's game in hand, and it's Aston Villa and Sheffield United's game in hand, and that's because this game in hand came about because of Man City playing Aston Villa in the Carabao Cup final. So it's a bonus game in many ways, but it's definitely a game that they need to win. And I am doing the Arsenal Man City game as well, Shaw Morgan. But you know, so playing for a point is not a good idea for either of these teams. Arsenal hopefully will win because I'm a Liverpool fan, says SNS. Well, I mean, look, Liverpool are going to win the title no matter what, aren't they? Long throw in into the box from Sheffield United there. I mean, look, the way Sheffield United play football, it's not necessarily pretty, but they will hit the ball into the box as much as they can. I mean, look, maybe I've got it wrong. I mean, I could see Sheffield United winning tonight. They're fresh, you know, they're confident. I just think the longer this league goes on with playing games every few days, I think they're going to struggle, to be honest with you. How many times will the chart show feature in a week, says HJ? It's normally once a week, mate. Yeah. But it's a little bit pinball wizard at the moment. Not a lot of good football going on. But here's Grealish on the ball. Making sure to watch on mute. Don't want an accent slipping through and ruining the match for me, says Joshua Bowater. What's that all about? Hi Mark, hope you're well. How many points do you think a team will need to stay up, says Jordan Such. Thanks for the super chat, Jordan. I hope you're doing well as well. So I think Watford are on 27 at the moment. I mean, 40 points is always the cliche. 40 points to stay up. I think if you're down near the bottom, if you're averaging, 4 wins from 5 probably keeps you up, I know. Probably, yeah, I'd say 40 points will keep you up. Good cross coming in there from Villa. Cleared out for a corner from Sheffield United. So an early corner here for Aston Villa. I don't notice there's no crowds, I just don't. So corner here. Jack Grealish will be on it. I don't actually bet. I've got no bets on today. Although I'm going to nick a joke here. Somebody said if you're going for first goal scorer, you can get really good odds on Black Lives Matter. Because everyone's got it on the back of their shirt, haven't they? Very good cause. I don't think you'll be able to put a bet on them, though. I think they'll give it to the real goal scorer. Timer is wrong on my end, Mark, says Robbie Williams. Couldn't give a shit. And the crowd noise is so bad, says Dan11. And did Sheffield United play defensively, says TJ. Well, they've only been playing a few minutes. It's not a summary. We're actually live watching the game. Please share the video if you're watching on YouTube. Underneath the screen, you can do it on app. You can do it on Apple and Android. You can do it on Apple and Android, but you can also share it on Twitter and Facebook. And subscribe if you're new. We're trying to get up to 160,000 subscribers tonight, as you can see up in the top right. We're on 159. Pleasure to hang out and watch football with you again, says Clive Kennedy. Welcome back to those who've had a break. And is there VAR, says Joshua Bowater? Yes, there is. And thanks for the super chat from Thomas Harper and everybody who is doing those. Man like Ola says, I don't like the crowd noise that they're pumping out on Sky. Because I do a lot of watch-alongs, I very rarely sit and watch a game with the audio on because the audio is me interacting with you. I can't listen to something else when I'm doing that. Ball over the top here for Villa. Oh, the keeper's done a good job. And he was offside anyway. He's causing a few problems, he is. Number 39, Davis. He's definitely offside, but he probably should have finished that, but he was offside anyway. Long ball over the top. That's poor. That's pub defending, and this is what I mean. We're talking about what level of football are we going to see. Pub defending that was from Sheffield United, to be honest with you. Long ball over the top and caught them out. But Henderson did well, says Matt's Aviation. Okay, that's all right. You can put it on Sky Sports Premier League. They've got no crowd noise there. But yeah, I'm just used to watching football without noise and basically just interacting with you lot. So I wouldn't like to watch a game with a crowd noise, but my eyes are telling me there's no crowd there. So, but I don't know what I'd like. I don't know whether I'd like to watch a game with the noise that's there, where you can hear all the players knocking it around, because it's like a reserve game. I actually like watching football with no noise at all, just interacting with you lot. Or you can use OpMic, which is link in the video description. Apple and Android, download it. Use the invite code Mark363. A little bit of crowd noise, or you can just turn it on here. Mr. Skiller says he's watching with no noise. I think that's a wise move, mate. A wise move. We've got 256 people watching on Hot Mic. And does anyone play Fantasy Premier League, says Ehab Amari. I forgot about that. And Demon is Danger I9. Thank you very much for the super chat. He says, I'm so glad to have football back. I think we all are. What's your impressions of this first 10 minutes then? I think that I think it's been an interesting start. My timer is very wrong. You're right. Thanks everyone who was telling me about that. I'm going to stop and restart it. It's really wrong. It's a long way off. There we go. It's not a fair reflection of where we are in the game. So I've changed it now. I was about 15 seconds off to what I'm actually watching. Not a slow start, says Levi. No, it's quite an energetic start, which is good to see. I predict that the second halves are going to be difficult to watch. I think the second halves will be a lot of subs, etc. Villa have started the better team, says DZ Doofus. And Mark, is Jack Grealish playing? Didn't look at the team, says Asher. Yes, he is. Keep an eye on Grealish because he's going to get the ball out on the left-hand side here. Not a bad attempt at a cross, but it's cleared by Sheffield United. But Villa doing all the pushing at the moment, which, as I say, if this game was being held at Villa Park with a crowd, you would see a different game. And you would expect this to be the start. But this is Villa Park with no fans in it. So I think psychologically, we saw this in the Bundesliga a lot as well. Do players psychologically approach the game as the away team? Why would you do that? It's a bit odd, but we saw Bayern Munich do it against Dortmund at Dortmund. Even though there was no fans there, they played quite a deep counter-attacking game. It is a bit weird. Subam says he likes Jack Grealish's moves in a footballing sense, or just you like the way he runs. I'm not going to judge you. Mark, when's the Man City teams going to be out? Says Robbie. I think they'll be out in about an hour because it kicks off at 8:15. Does Hot Mic work with French commentary? Says Punisher Jones. I've never done it, but I would imagine it does. I've got nearly 300 people on Hot Mic at the moment. If you want to give it a go, the link is in the video description. It's on Apple and Android, and basically it's an app that you can use. You'll still be able to see me doing this on it. It's got its own chat box as well, which I can look at while I'm looking at YouTube. And basically you can sync your so instead of having to pause like you do on YouTube, you can go nearly a goal. How did he miss? How did he miss that on the back post? I think it's Davis again. Corner comes in from Grealish. It hangs up in the box. Headed back towards the back post, and he should score. I don't know whether it might have been given as a foul by VAR, but he's got to score that. Headed to the back post, and he's got a free header, really. Well, he gets up over his defender. I think VAR may have given it as a foul on the Sheffield United player, but he should have scored that one. I'm not a big fan of that, where it cuts to about 20 Aston Villa fans watching it at home going, ooh, oh, nah, don't need any of that. Looks a bit rusty for a Premier League game, but much better than how the Bundesliga was when they started. Yeah, the Europa League is going to be played in Germany over a couple of weeks. I was reading that today, so I presume they'll do something about that with the Champions League as well. And Hot Mic works with all languages, says Tal on there. Sam says he still can't sync it. Right, if you want to sync on Hot Mic, the brilliance of Hot Mic is that you can sync. If you're ever stuck behind me or anything like that in relation to a gap between my stream and what you're watching on telly, with Hot Mic, use the invite code Mark363. When you're in there, you'll see That's Football. Follow That's Football. Go into the thing and go into the watch along, and then there's a sync button which will be around where I am on the screen. Press sync, and it will then say hold your device up to the commentary of the match that you're watching. So your audio will need to be on, and while I'm talking, press the sync button whilst they're both on, and it will sync in with what you're watching, whatever it is, whatever commentary it is, so that when I'm saying Grealish passes the ball on there, you should see Grealish passing the ball on there. That's what Hot Mic does. Are you going to support Jack Grealish, Villa, or Dean Henderson, Sheffield? Says Joshua Barreto. I don't know. I don't really care. I'm just intrigued to watch a game where one team's fighting relegation and one team, as I said, has got a nosebleed. Sheffield United. They're miles ahead of where they should be, and if they win, they're above United tonight. So. But I think Villa have started the better team. Already, you can see how much quicker our game is compared to the Bundesliga. I've missed the Premier League, says Sean Turner. Yeah, Bundesliga was so slow, Sean, those first few games. Yeah, it is a bit like that. If people are having trouble on Hot Mic, Parish has finally got his working. Just if you're on Hot Mic, can you help people out? Because I can't keep telling people what to do. But a lot of people have got it working there. Make sure you're following us on Hot Mic as well. You can follow That's Football. That'd be appreciated. And we're back on YouTube. And 8 o'clock show, says Hamadal. No, it's going up at 7:45. And Mark, do you think Sane will start for City, says Connor Ross? I don't know, but I mean, look, that's something Arsenal fans have probably not considered. that City are going to be a much better team if Laporte and Sane start. So, yeah. I'm not. Robert Moore says, why didn't you do any La Liga watch-alongs? Because I knew the Premier League was coming back, so I didn't want to fake it anymore. Finally, we have our game back. It's a shame we are still a few days away from seeing United, though. Hope you are safe and well, mate, says Tom J. Wade. Hi, Tom. Hope you're doing very well. Yes, mate. I mean, look, I can wait for United. I'm glad United's not the first game back. I'm one of those people who, I don't need to get up at 3 o'clock in the morning on Christmas Eve to open my presents. I'm quite happy to have that little bit more exciting and open them up at 9 o'clock in the morning. So this is good. This is exciting. We get a bit of football back before United. It does have that World Cup sort of Euros feel, doesn't it? Which is really odd for the Premier League, but we are going to get this summer of football. And yeah, I'm, at the moment, I'm very, I said this before, I'd happily watch Brighton versus Norwich play a 10-hour game at the moment. I just wanted to see the Premier League back. But, there are games that I'm not going to watch. I'll talk to you about that in a minute, about what games I'm going to do watch-alongs for. But there are games I won't watch, but there are games that I will. Like, I wanted to do this tonight because Sheffield United win. They're above United. Grealish is obviously a player United are interested in. And it's the first game. So, I'm not watching this because I'm desperate. I wanted to watch it. And Roy Melex, thanks for the super chat. He says, happy to have football back. And Mark, what do you think about Paul Mitchell being appointed as Monaco's new sporting director, says Karim Sabu? I think it's a mistake by United, actually. I'm going to write that down for a United show in the future. I think United, he would have been perfect, from Leipzig, from Spurs. I think from Southampton to Spurs to Leipzig to Monaco. He's a very good sporting director of football, whatever, of course. Aston Villa have had lots of possession, over 60% of the possession so far. And Mark, do you think we'll see many red cards before the end of the season, says Jordan Such? I actually don't think we will see a lot of red cards, Jordan, because I think with so many substitutions, managers don't really need to carry players who are on yellow cards, do they? They can get them off the pitch if they think about it. You might get a few red cards for late tackles, because players aren't fit, I suppose. But I don't see lots of 2 red cards, if you know what I mean. I think this game is much faster than the first game of the Bundesliga. Your thoughts, says Harish? Yes, but the Premier League is naturally faster. Grealish with a cross here from a free kick. Good header, straight at the keeper. Villa definitely, McGinn getting up with that one. Villa definitely the better starters here. Sheffield United, Villa are really treating it like a new start, a fresh start. And at the moment, if you were watching this game, you'd say, how are Sheffield United able to go 5th and why are Villa in a relegation battle? So good delivery from Grealish, though. Vicky on Hot Mic says, Nagelsmann to replace Ollie if things go wrong. Alvin Blocks is on Hot Mic and said, I'm loving it. What did you have for lunch, says MK? I had spaghetti bolognese today. And hello, Mark. I used the sink, but you are still 3 seconds ahead. Not sure what to do, says Akib. It's working for a lot of people, mate. I don't know why that is. It might be to do with whatever commentary. Maybe try and sync again. This is great, says Cameron on Hot Mic. You click on Mark's head and it will see sync or more, says Sam. There you go. So if you're watching on Hot Mic, click on my head on the screen. It will say sync, and then you just press the sync, have the 2 audios on. It will sync together, and then turn the audio off on the match that you're watching. Villa have started well, says LFC 1892. The score is 0-0. That's why it says 0-0 on the screen. Grealish and Rice could have been island legends, says Calvin White. Well, I think with Grealish he lost a star. I think with Rice, I don't rate Rice. Do you honestly think Grealish will end up at United, says Mish? I think United are interested in him. I think a lot of it depends on Pogba's future. Nearly 400 people watching on Hot Mic. Thanks everyone who's giving it a go. Remember, if you want to give it a go, links in the video description. It's free on Apple and Android, and just use the invite code Mark363, and then when you've downloaded it, it will take you straight through to That's Football. Give us a follow and go to the watch along and give it a try. Mark, do you think Rashford could be a future United manager, says Levi? What current team players could have manager potential? It's too hard to say, Levi. I mean, I think in relation to managers, you only start thinking about their manager potential when they're sort of coming towards the end. Like Rooney at Derby. Scholes, I never thought was going to be a manager. Gary Neville, he tried it. Ryan Giggs. I don't think you can say is a 22-year-old a manager. It's very difficult. Sean says, are you going to do a City versus Arsenal watch-along? I actually think Laporte, if he stays fit, is the best centre-back in the league over Van Dijk. Controversial thoughts? I think him and Van Dijk are the best too. And yes, I am doing an Arsenal versus Man City watch-along. We'll just stay on this stream for it, to be honest. That's how we'll do it. And thank you. I've got a corner for Sheffield United here. Mez is happy that football's back. Let's have a watch of this corner for Sheffield United. It is what they're good at. Comes to the player, the left back on the back edge of the box. Still on the edge of the box for Sheffield United here. Villa have dealt with this, I think. Sheffield United have not utilised the opportunity. And it's gone out for a throw-in. Oh, Coach Lauren says, I could cry, I'm that happy. I love that. I love that love for football that people have, that passion that it's back. And it's great to see. If you are watching on YouTube, please subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner. Mark Goldbridge, That's Football. Everybody's welcome here. It's not the United stand. We do watch-alongs for non-United games on here. Everybody's welcome. Just be respectful. Banter's fine. Abuse isn't. And we're going to be doing a lot of watch-alongs over the next... I do my FIFA career mode on here. Some people will know it from that. But going to be doing a lot of watch-alongs. Obviously, we're doing Sheffield United and Villa at the moment. We're going to go seamlessly into Man City against Arsenal, which some think is the biggest game today. And then I'll be doing United Spurs on the United stand on Friday. So the next Premier League watch-along will be Saturday lunchtime, which is going to be Leicester against Watford. I'm looking forward to that. And then I think I'm going to do Arsenal Brighton at 3 o'clock. And Sunday you've got Everton against Liverpool. And I think I'll do Chelsea against Villa as well. So a couple a day when they're playing. I'm not doing all 92 games, no, Tom. There's some right crap in there. We'll look at that in a minute. But yeah, I'm going to do Liverpool against Everton, Jaden, on Sunday night. Cameron says, Hot Mic is much better than YouTube because you can have your phone on and still listen. Yes, you can. That's a good point. Ethan hasn't synced in properly because he's still 20 seconds behind. You're obviously doing it wrong, Ethan, because everyone else is getting it bang on. Stefan says, good app this. Who's playing the best, says Samuel. I'd say Aston Villa for me. What do people think? I think Aston Villa are playing the better team. Although Sheffield United have come into it a little bit more in the last 5 minutes. But I'm watching this game and I'm thinking, how are Sheffield United in 5th? Villa are way better. Way better. It's an interesting start. Villa definitely aren't playing like a team in the bottom half. And Sheffield United don't look like a side who in 5th. It's going to be a game changer, quite literally, this lockdown. It's unprecedented, and I think it would. I think it's going to have a big difference on how teams come back, which gives a hope for Norwich, I suppose. Apparently, Pedro's unwilling to play for Chelsea for the next 9 games, having agreed a deal to join Roma for next season. And that's in The Athletic. That's quite an interesting story, isn't it? Because Chelsea may well be buying Ziyech and Werner and Havertz and whoever else that they want to buy. But it makes it very difficult when, you know, players that are going to be leaving don't want to come back and play for these last 9 games. It'll be interesting to see if that develops into anything. I'm sure there will be a middle ground. But it is interesting. I want to see Samatta, says Ritish. Well, we've had 20... It's been I mean, I tell you what, compared to the Bundesliga, the games move a lot quicker as well, don't they? 23 minutes gone. Sheffield United have come back into the game, but I certainly think Villa have been the better team in the first 25. They're coming forward again here. I mean, from United's point of view, Villa winning, well, it's very interesting. I mean, look, I'm obviously a United fan, so I look at it from a United perspective. But the reality is this: that if there's a drinks break now for the players as well, Are they that unfit? They need a drink after 24 minutes. Bloody hell. We used to go down and play down the park in like bloody 50 degrees Fahrenheit and not have a drink for 5 hours. But yeah, I mean, I think it's from a United perspective. I look at it and I would say that if Villa stay up, Grealish's price is going to be big. If they go down, his price won't be big. If Sheffield United win, it makes going top 4 harder. Lee Goldart says, I just love every football fan and player right now. What a game, what a sport. Enjoy, everyone. And I think that love is a great thing to have. Love is all around us at the moment, isn't it? But I think that it will start to disappear the more results don't go your way or do go your way. I mean, it's going to be AFTV and chill tonight, isn't it, when they're doing their fan cams? One way or another, it's going to be very interesting. Mark363 is the code for Hot Mic. Anybody who's trying it out, links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android. It's free to use. It's got its own chat box. It's got a bit of noise, crowd noise. You can try it out. It works on your phone or it works on your tablet, and you can sync the commentary in with the commentary that you're watching perfectly. And the chat is up and going. In fact, MK on Hot Mic says top 4 predictions for next season. Very hard to say, but I would hope Manchester United would be in there. Can you see a lot of injuries this season, says Emar Taki. Thanks for the super chat there. I think that I think there will be a lot of injuries, muscle injuries. And the problem is, because this is effectively a tournament, it's 6 weeks with 9 games for everybody, there will be a lot of injuries that are muscle injuries. But the trouble with muscle injuries, 3 or 4 weeks and you're out for the season, really, aren't you? Because there's only 6 weeks to play. By the time you've been out, if you pull your hamstring, you're out. If you get a muscle strain, 3 weeks, then you've got to train to get match fit. You're out for most of it. So there will be injuries, and there'll be a lot of players who just, and that's going to hurt the teams that haven't got the squad. Greetings from Brazil, Mark, says Utrecht of Babenberg. Good show, Last Kingdom. Who is your favourite Brazilian player of all time in general, and your favourite Brazilian that played for United? I'll tell you what, my favourite Brazilian that played for United is probably Rafael, and we never should have sold him. The favourite Brazilian of all time, I was trying to think of one that I really liked, and I think Ronaldinho. Yeah. Villa on the attack here. Good defensive play by Sheffield United. Bit of a shout for a penalty there, but I don't think Michael Oliver thought it was, and I don't think I thought it was either. The small problems for me in America is these weekday games are happening during working hours. It's hard to focus on football with people interrupting me regularly for calls and office work, says Knuckle. Yeah, but you know what? I used to have to work, and you know when you've got Wimbledon or something like that on, I think it makes the day go a bit quicker, but it is a bit annoying when you can't watch it. If you are watching us on Hot Mic, please follow us on Hot Mic. That's football. Bren's followed us. Doom-Mageddon Boss has followed us. Sheehan's followed us. Thank you very much. Harry's followed us. Connor David. And how do I get to sync with Sky? Anyone knows? Says Finn. If you're on Hot Mic, just press my face or somewhere around there, and the sync will come up. Press sync. Keep my audio on. Hold the audio to your whatever you're watching, Sky or whatever like that. Press sync, and it will sync in perfectly. That's what it will do. It feels good to have football back, says Paul McDonald. And Phil Jones linked with Barcelona, says No Name. Yeah, but you've got no source either. Right, Sheffield United on the attack here down the right-hand side. Cross comes in. That's a decent cross. It's come to the back post. Another cross cleared. So I think we're all hoping for loads of goals. I think it's gone the other way, hasn't it? Teams are quite tight. I can't wait to see what Man City are going to do, though, because whatever you think about fitness, Man City are going to play tiki-taka football and pass the ball around well. So Arsenal are going to try and do that. I think it's going to be a very interesting game, Arsenal-Man City. Imagine if Arsenal did win. They would absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. But it won't happen. Alex Timrock thinks it was a penalty for Villa. I think they're going to show it back now, actually. That was a pen. I've seen them given on your FIFA, says Sean Turner. Anyone else? Put money on Arsenal to win, says Cameron on Hot Mic. And anyone else? Who's more important to United, Mark? Pogba or Bruno, says Ryan Curley. Controversial, but I think Bruno, and not because he's better. just because he's doing more in a United shirt at the moment. Pogba's got to prove that worth again. He's been out for nearly a year, hasn't he? Vlad feels it was a penalty to Villa as well. So a bit of a controversial moment there. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up. Every woman, every man, join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Still, some people think it was a penalty. A lot of people saying Bruno. Jamie Waygood says, if you're on hot mic, tap on the video and then the sync button comes up and then you just sync it with both. Callum Williams says, can you do Wolves versus West Ham? I think that's on Saturday, Callum, isn't it? Let's have a look at the fixtures over the next few days, because I am going to be doing a few watch-alongs. So we're doing Sheffield United versus Aston Villa, and we're doing Man City versus Arsenal tonight. On Friday night, it's Norwich versus Southampton, which I won't be doing because I'm doing United Spurs at 8:15. Saturday lunchtime, I'm doing Watford versus Leicester at 12:30. I'm probably going to do Brighton versus Arsenal at 3 o'clock. West Ham are playing Wolves at 5:30. I'm not doing Bournemouth Crystal Palace at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night. I'd rather watch James Bond, thanks. Skyfall's on. Sunday, Newcastle Sheffield United at 2. Not going to do that. Aston Villa Chelsea at 4. I'll do that. And Everton versus Liverpool, I'll do that. So a double header again. Man City Burnley on Monday, forget about it. Tottenham West Ham on Tuesday, I'll do that at 8:15. I might do Leicester Brighton as well, because Leicester are a team that we need to drop points. United are playing Sheffield United at 6 o'clock next Wednesday, so we'll be doing that. That will be our evening. Thursday games are Chelsea Man City, so we'll do that. And we'll probably do Southampton Arsenal at 6. And then it's the FA Cup weekend. So quite a few games to come. Looking forward to it. And hope you all are as well. Realistically, when do you think Dean Henderson will become our first choice keeper? Says Vibor. I don't know. He's doing a good job though, isn't he? Please share the video if you're watching on YouTube. There's a share button underneath. You can share it on Twitter and Facebook. We're nearly at 6,000 people watching, which is fantastic. Make sure you subscribe if you're new. Let's have a quick look how many subscribers we've got, because we're getting close to 160,000, which is what we're aiming to do tonight across the two streams. That's the United stand, 707,000. That would have been a nice leap from 159. We're on 159,500, so we're 500 subscribers away. So please subscribe if you're new, bottom right hand corner to do that. And we are 15 minutes away from half time. The drinks thing has made this half feel a bit longer. Agent 007 Goldbridge, says Ronnie Johnson. I do try to make an effort on that football, hence the black shirt. The game's died down a little bit now. Villa were the better team, but I think Sheffield United, maybe tactically Sheffield United's plan in the first 15 minutes was to just feel it out a little bit. Because they're starting to come into the game a little bit now. A little bit like, you know, if Arsenal, Man City, Liverpool, Chelsea, Arsenal, United, they go to Villa Park, and first 15 minutes they just say, let them tire themselves out a little bit, let them play them, let them have a go, and then we'll work our way into the game. Maybe that's what Sheffield United are doing. Benjamin, with a very good comment, he says, forget Hot Mark. No, forget Hot Mike. It's Hot Mark. I've ruined it. Sean Hunter says, Mark, I love the content. Hope you're staying safe and enjoy the watch-alongs. I enjoy the watch-alongs. A couple of people, Axel on Hot Mic, are saying, how do you sync the TV? If someone in the comments can let people know, you've got to touch the screen where I am, and then the sync button will come up, or come in and go out, and you'll see the sync button. And then turn your audio on to the commentary that you're watching. Keep the audio on for me, and then just hold it up and sync, and it will sync them together. so that you're actually watching what I'm saying. Yeah, you've got to have your volume on for the match that you're watching to sync. Otherwise, how can it sync? It can't do it without the volume. If we cannot get Sancho in the summer window, do you think we should be in for a right winger? Says Rayan. I don't know. I think... Oh, header. Just wide. Just wide. From Aston Villa. Well, he doesn't even head it, actually. He didn't even head it. He hit his shoulder. Just watching that back again. House it was. Up for the corner. Front post. Went to head it, hit his shoulder and went wide. It wasn't close, but it was a chance when you get a contact like that. John McGinn is so good, says Callum. He did start the season off very well before his injury. He's a good player. Gavin Carman says, hot mic is where it's at, Mark. Loving the sync. And Sancho supports Man United from Asda News. Ms. Eftervogs there, thanks for that. Big up Marcus Rashford. Everybody loves Marcus Rashford at the moment, don't they? And who's that number 30 for Aston Villa? House, I think his name is, Kartik. Jack Grealish has got really good ball delivery. I think there is a similarity between him and Maddison there. Grealish or Maddison, says Greg's TV. I do like them both. I think what makes me prefer Grealish for United is that he's just been injured. He's just been fouled there. He'll be all right. Might be a yellow card. Berg. No, he's not going to book him. I think it's just he's just caught him. I don't think it's a yellow card. Nah, it shouldn't be a yellow card there. I don't even know why Grealish is down. There's hardly any contact, really. With both Chelsea and Man United both having full squads for the first time to pick from, do you think we both will end up in top four, says Jester's Vengeance? Well, thank you for the super chat and everyone who has been doing super chats so far. I think Leicester will drop out. I mean, we're going to do the watch along on Saturday lunchtime between Watford and Leicester. If Villa win today, Watford are in the bottom three, but they're definitely in a relegation battle. So I think Leicester are going to drop points, and I think that you're right. I think Chelsea and United could take advantage for that. Definitely. Rory says Bruno's overrated. Well, you're clearly not a United fan, mate. You're gonna eat your own words there. Grealish is on the floor all the time, says Jeremy. And Mark, what are your views on 4th season of The Last Kingdom? I like it. I do like it. What's the invite code, says Charlie? Mark, sorry, if you're going to use Hot Mic, links in the video description, Apple and Android. When you download it, use the invite code Mark363. It's free. Just use that code. Follow us on That's Football. Get onto the watch along, and you'll go from there. People in the chat will let you know what to do for syncing and everything like that. Goldbridge 2020 says, do you like Michael Jackson? I've never liked Michael Jackson. I mean, talking about music, I never met him. God, I don't want anything like that being attached to me. I was a kid in the 80s, so I've never met Michael Jackson. And Villa player goes down in the box there. McGinn wants a penalty. Look nothing like a penalty to be honest. But I never liked Michael Jackson's music when I was growing up. I never liked it. Beat It, Thunderstruck. No, that was AC/DC. Shiny Happy, that was REM. See, I don't even know his music. Bad, Moonwalker, Moonraker. That's a film by James Bond. I don't know. I never really liked his music. I didn't. And I know, look, my wife likes it and some of my friends like it. I never liked his music. I wonder if I was ahead of the game and was like, no. But there you go. I never liked it. I think it's okay. I don't dislike it. I just never really liked it. Thoughts? I liked Bon Jovi. I did like Bon Jovi. Oh, Living on a Prayer. We're halfway there. Gina works a diner all day. It's tough. So tough. But you've got to hold on to what you've got. Anyway, Thunderstruck, go-to song on the jukebox, says Calvin. Oh, that's a cracker, especially the start. I can't even do it. It's a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant song. If you've never heard Thunderstruck by AC/DC, oh, it's great. 7 minutes to half time. Our players starting to tire a little bit here. And Mark, keep an eye on Albert Brodt to Haaland. He's Haaland's 16-year-old cousin and also scores goals for fun. He's just signed for Mulder, says Joshua Bowwater. Well, Ollie needs to keep an eye on him then. Column says, gimme, gimme, gimme a man after midnight. I've watched The Last Dance, Conal. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Didn't like Prince either. Helios281. God, no, I didn't. I must subliminally, or maybe I knew something I don't know. TJB Network says, Mark, football's back on my birthday. Couldn't ask for a better present. Love all the work from you and the United Stand. You share a birthday with little Sebby then, because it's Seb's birthday today. We've had a good day. I was building a slide this morning. There you go. We've got 450 people doing Hot Mic at the moment, so welcome to those who are trying it out. If you want to try it yourself, the link is in the video description to download it. It's free. It's on Apple and Android. Use the invite code Mark363. You get a bit of crowd noise. Basically, you get a chat. You get me, what I'm doing here. Get a bit of crowd noise as well, and you can sync it in with your commentary so that it's bang on. Give it a try. Thank you to Judy L, who says loves the content. Mark loves ABBA, says Nash. I bloody do. I love ABBA. The winner takes it all. Hot Mic is so good, says Oliver Page. Obviously I don't get to use it, but a lot of people do like it. So give it a try. Give it a try. It's not on PC. No, it's an app. Annalyn. Yeah. Zombie by the Cranberries is brilliant. Yick. Kevin De Bruyne is better than Bruno, says Charlie McNick. Well, he is at the moment. I mean, he's got the CV. He's Premier League proven season in out. I think De Bruyne is player of the season for me with Van Dijk and Mane. So, I can't say Bruno's better after a handful of games. I think he can be better. Lionel Richie thoughts, says Alvin Blocks. Oh, yes. There's a couple of Say You, Say Me. I don't like that one, actually. I like that one I did the dance to. You came in. That's what my little heart was looking for. Anyway, cross coming in for Sheffield United. That's what's coming in. And this is what Sheffield United like, these opportunities, where they can bend a cross in from the side. It's going in towards... Ooh, bloody hell. I think it might be a goal. No. No, it's not a goal. Cross came in towards the back of the black post. Keeper caught it and was knocked into what nearly looked knocked into the goal by his own defender. So it wouldn't have been a foul because his own defender did it. But Michael Oliver's there pointing at his arm, because if it goes over the line, then you know it's not a goal. Imagine you'd like UB40 marks as Josh. Nah, I'm not a big fan. So there it comes again. Cross comes in. Keeper catches it. Oh my good God. That's a goal. The technology's broken. That's a goal. It's miles over the line. What a joke. The technology's broke. It's miles over the line. VAR's got to come in here. The goal line technology in the Prem... He's not doing anything. What the hell is going on here? Absolute shambles, Premier League. Shambles in the Premier League. This is a disgrace. Shambles in the Prem. Miles over the line. Absolute disgrace. 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 Absolute disgrace. They've got to do something here. This is a disgrace. This should not be happening. It's miles over the line. It cannot not be a goal. That is disgusting. I feel a sense of injustice here that I never thought I would see. Am I missing something here? Like, that's a bloody goal. That's a disgrace at this level. It's miles over. You can see it's over because he's bloody holding it against the post. Pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. It's behind. The reason I know it's a goal is because the ball's behind the post and the post is level with the line. It's disgusting. Fucking hell. Unless there's an offside. Unbelievable. I'm stunned. I'm absolutely stunned by that. How is it not a goal? That's just that if I was Sheffield United, I'd be like, you know, what's the bloody point? This was technology that was brought in years ago. I mean, somebody said it's got to be the ball, and I will quantify by saying if it's not over the line, as you know with me, that's not over the line. That's not on the line. But what you can see is that he's got the ball, the post is there, and he's holding the ball against the post behind the net. Well, the line runs level with the post, so it has to be over the line. And it looked like it initially went back further than that. You can't. I don't know why they're going to the linesman. It's technology. Unbelievable. Mark, 5G has broken the goal line technology. This is mad. This is crazy. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting. I can't believe it. I absolutely cannot believe it. I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted by that. Why has he not gone to VAR though? You know, what I've got to say here is, why has he not gone to VAR? I sympathise, well, I don't really sympathise with Michael Oliver, but Michael Oliver is trusting the technology there because he could go VAR. He could be going VAR for them. So why is that not? Why? There's an absolute fuck up here. I'm sorry to swear, but why have they not gone? You know, Michael Oliver, all right, he's got every right to think we've got the technology, it's clearly not going over the line. But the linesman and the referee, they've got to be seeing that's dodgy. When the players are saying it's over the line, all right, he doesn't have to trust that. But VAR should be in his ear, which it is, to say, Michael, Houston, we've got a problem. That looks over the line. You might want to have a look at this. It's a disgrace. It's an absolute disgrace. And to not look at it... Mark, why are they not showing the computer goal line view? They must have forgotten to turn it on, says Simon. VAR is not for that. It's got to be for that. Oh, what, you know, it's not going to be used for certain things. Technology's broke. Use the other backup technology. Well, that's half time. That's a bloody disgrace, that is. An absolute disgrace. As we watch it back again... It's gone. It's bloody over the line. That's 100% over the line. 100%. Even when he pushes it against the post, it's over the line, and he's come from a further back position. That's GDS right up your arse again. Bloody disgraceful. Bloody disgraceful. At this level, it's cheating by the goalkeeper, which, you know, at the end of the day, you're going to do that. United did it against Spurs. But that's a bloody joke. That's blatantly over the line, says Righty TV. It's a disgrace. Absolute disgrace. Cheating. Disgusting. At this level, Premier League, first game back. The world is watching... And they've messed it up. And look who the referee is again. Michael bloody Oliver. That is a joke. I cannot... We've got controversy here. Please subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner, because I think people will be tuning in at half-time. We've got controversy here. 0-0 at half-time. 0-0 at half-time. Sheffield United have had a legitimate goal taken away. Cross comes into the back post. Keeper's caught it. Villa player bounces into him. Not Sheffield United. Can't be a foul. Bounces into him. Carries the ball behind the line. No goal given. Michael Oliver's there like that. Not because he's got biceps, because he hasn't. He's got the goal line technology vibration. He's probably forgot to put the batteries in. He's probably forgot to put the bloody batteries in, because that is a cock-up somewhere. And I'm not joking. People think I'm joking. He's not put the Duracell in. Bloody idiot. Something's gone wrong, because we've had this technology for a long, long time, and that's not vibrating on his arm. So he's gone, no, it's not a goal. He's trusted the technology. VAR apparently cannot be used for goals. So what are the prats doing? Sat sucking the bloody Werther's Originals, watching the One Show. If they're watching that, they've got to be going, Michael, it's a goal. You can't go, oh, well, the technology's broken, so we're going to screw Sheffield United over. What a joke. And the thing is, this benefits me. I'm a United fan. I don't want Sheffield United to win. Of course I don't, but that's a joke. That could happen to any one of us. Any one of us that could happen to. Any team. That's a bloody disgrace. That's a bloody disgrace. And I think we all know it is as well. It cannot be over the line. It cannot not be over the line. I'm looking at a squirrel. I need to do a bit of that, actually. Need to calm down and get my sciatica gone. I like what that squirrel was doing. But, well, we just football's back, everybody. We've had 3 months of none of it, and we've had bloody 45 minutes and a bloody GDS. That is a disgrace. This is what I mean. I don't trust technology because it does stupid things like that. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. The keeper looked as guilty as sin. Absolutely unbelievable, says Jordan. So, mate, Michael Oliver, I bet he never pulls in a bar because his people skills are crap. He's not very perceptive. You're bang on. Imagine Michael Oliver in a bloody bar. Does a girl have to strip naked and start gyrating against him to make him think, oh, I might be in here? Look at the eyes of the keeper. It looks like it might be over the line, and the keeper's there going, guilty. He's got that bloody Bananarama song. Only you can set me free, 'cause I'm guilty. Guilty as a boy can be. And Michael Oliver's there going, oh, he doesn't look guilty. It's not vibrating, Michael. You've not put your batteries in. And he looks guilty. No, I'm all right. Carry on. Bloody hell. Absolutely. I don't actually blame the Villa keeper here. I've got to put my hands up and say, if I've took it over the line, I'm waiting. I'm looking at the prat in Michael Oliver, and I'm going, I ain't helping you out. It's your job, mate. I'm not helping you out. I'm not going to... Imagine... Well. Flip it the other way. You're the Villa goalkeeper and you go, it's over the line. You get relegated because of that loss. You can't do that. You can't blame him for that, I'm afraid. But technology's fault, says Mr. Pepper. Well, not technology's fault, actually. Not technology's fault, because the problem is when you've got two people in charge, technology and the referee, one blames each other. If technology fails, where's the linesman? Where's the referee? Where's the people skills? What's the referee doing when that cross comes in? What's the linesman doing when the cross comes in? What are they doing? Are they both bloody on Tinder or something? You've got to watch the game. The technology is there to support you. It's not there for you to go, we've all seen that with the hindsight, but he should see that and go, bloody hell, that looks like it's over the line. He shouldn't be there going, well, technology. That's crap refereeing, that is. I'm sorry. The more I think about it, the more I think that's crap linesman and a crap referee. The linesman should be level on the back, and they've become reliant on technology, and technology will let you down. What if the Wi-Fi's gone down? What if Villa have forgot to pay bloody Virgin? Disgrace. Goldbridge got his night shirt on and he's singing. Football is back in a big way. Liam, it's almost written in the stars. It's almost written in the stars with that. Crazy. Please subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're trying to get up to 160,000 tonight, and we will be doing Man City versus Arsenal as well. What's the point of VAR, says Kelt Hosland. They potentially take the 5th place away from them. They've got to admit their mistake and give the goal before the second half. Well, there has to be something done, and Villa may well do something nice, but they may well. Lockdown's over, everybody. Forget clapping on the front drive. This is Premier League football. This is millions of pounds. I don't think Villa are going to give him a goal. But too many people in the way, Mark. He couldn't see, says Mr. Pepper. Yeah, well, look, I think I get that. Maybe I'm getting a little bit confused. Not confused. A bit frustrated. I don't like to see any team, whether that was Liverpool or any team I don't like, I would still be sympathetic there, because I always think, what if that happened to United in an important game? So you've always got to look at it like that. But we've got VAR. And I can't be doing with people telling me VAR's not for that. That's what goal line technology's for. Well, goal line technology's bloody broke. VAR can see it's broke. The VAR people will see that was over the line. And what are they doing? We can't get involved. It's not our area. You know, it's bloody. You know, this is what's wrong with this country. It's not our area. You know, I used to have this at work. You know, you'd ring IT up and say my phone's not working. No, we're computers. It's not our area. But I can't get through to anyone. Surely you can help me. No, it's not my area. Bye. Well, this is what the VAR people are doing. It's not our area. It's miles over the bloody line. It's miles over the bloody line. God, you don't need to be Stevie Wonder to see that. Even if Stevie Wonder could, it's bloody miles over. It's bloody miles over. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. It's massively over the line. That is a disgrace. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. They need to bloody fill out a crime report. West Midlands Police, Twitter. There's been a robbery of a goal at Villa Park. Crime hotspot. Miles over the line. Absolutely miles over the line. It was well over the line then. That reminds me of Roy Carroll versus Ray. Yeah, Andy Joyce is right. United did this against Spurs, but it shouldn't happen. This is the thing that's frustrating. I hate VAR. Everyone knows I hate VAR. I don't like technology in football, but I always liked goal line technology because it takes it out. But that's a disgrace. That's a bloody disgrace. You know, there is no. I've got no confidence in goal line technology. If you watch me play FIFA, I've got no confidence in it at all. But I don't know. If that costs a club like Sheffield United a Champions League spot, it's beyond a disgrace. I'm a United fan, but that's disgusting, says Lee Goldart. Thanks for the super chat. I don't know what the explanation is going to be given, but I tell you what might be the problem though. If they're pumping FIFA crowd noise into the game, are they using the FIFA GDS system? Because that's broke, as we've seen. It's not over the line. It is over the line. It's a bloody joke. Need to stop the chimer. We do. We bloody do. I tell you what. Football's back, everybody, in a very controversial way. In a very, very, very controversial way. Apparently Sheffield United have tweeted. I'm just going to have a quick look here. Sheffield. Yeah, it's miles over the line. Unbelievable. 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 How can you get that in 2020? 2020. It's bloody 2020 again. Goal line technology's given up. Villa. Aston Villa. Get the admin on and renew your Wi-Fi because the goal line technology ain't bloody working. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I don't know. I don't. That's the sort of controversy we don't want to see. Imagine that if that had happened to Arsenal. Unbelievable. Well, 0-0 at half time. I'm struggling. I'm struggling here. I'm just looking at some stuff on Twitter. I'll come back to you lot. I'm being a bit rude there. I'm just trying to find some sort of justification for what's going on here. Remember, if you want to try Hot Mic, links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android. It's free. Use the invite code MARK363. There's crowd noise on there. There's the live comments and the normal stream that you're watching on YouTube now. But you can also sync in and use the technology. A lot of people loving it. Man City versus Arsenal team sheets are out as well, says Robbie. We'll have a look at that. If anybody... It's a goal. It's a bloody goal. It's as simple as that. Definite goal. No doubts about that. I've not got the Man City Arsenal team news actually so far, so I don't really care about that, to be honest with you. Jonathan Matthews, yes, Mark, you are back. Cannot wait for the big one on Friday. Hashtag United Stand, says Jonathan Matthews. Thank you. And Kilt Hulsland says, why is technical impossible when the whole ball hit the net? The VAR guys have to get fired and investigated. It's pure logic. You are right, Kilt. You cannot have that's not my problem. When you're looking at it, VAR is there, and they should be saying, look, Michael, I know it's not our area, but that's clearly not working. The goal line technology, that's all VAR's got to do. That's not working. I know you don't want us to tell you because we're not there for that, but that's not working, and this is a travesty. Yes, Mark, you are back. Yeah, Jonathan Matthews, thank you. Nick P says, maybe goal line technology is scared of VAR. It's got an inferiority complex and they don't talk to each other. And Daniel Luxton Blakeman says, I love the fact Sheffield United aren't winning, but if I was one of their supporters, I'd be fuming. Keeper pushed it through the net onto the post. Definitely. There is no... Soph E says, apparently the ball was not totally over the line. Piss off. Come on. Let's not be stupid. Thanks for Steve tipping us. First half, back of football and already controversy. I've missed it. Thanks for the tip on Hot Mike, Steve. Thanks for that. VAR can overrule goal line technology. George Carl says it wasn't fully over the line for me. Well, maybe. Well, George. Maybe you're right. Maybe it wasn't over the line. But I can't see how it's not, because he holds it against the post, right? And the post runs level with the line, but he comes back from somewhere that's further away from that. He sort of catches the ball, he drops back, and then he goes towards the post, and he holds it against the post, but the back arse of the post. Well, the back arse of the post would still be over the line anyway, I think, but he comes from a further position behind. I just do not... I just cannot think it's not over the line. But maybe we're being deceived by an angle here. But I think 100% it's a goal. I think it is. But George Kyle's saying if you watch the last few seconds of the clip, it never goes fully over. Well, look, look, I'll stand corrected, says the man in the orthopaedic shoe, if that's correct. I really will do that. But for me, I think it's a goal, 100% over the line, says Logan. Michael Oliver there. They're looking like he knows it's over the bloody line, to be honest with you. Please subscribe if you're new on YouTube. We're trying to get to 160,000. We are 250 subscribers away, so we've done 250 in the first half. Bottom right hand corner, please subscribe. We've got 7,000 watching. We are going to be live all the way through Arsenal Man City. Remember, That's Football's the channel for everybody. None of this tribal bias crap. Look, I don't want Sheffield United to win. I'm a United fan, but I can do this channel and I've always looked at football like that. I'll look at the injustice and I will be passionate about it. I don't want Sheffield United to win, but I don't want them to be cheated either. So you're very welcome on this channel, and we will be doing Arsenal Man City as well, and we will say what we think. That's what we do, and everybody's welcome. So please subscribe if you're new, bottom right hand corner, and share the video if you're watching. You can do that underneath. You can share it on Twitter and Facebook. No accountability these days, not politics, referees or VAR, says Callum. Will Villa allow there to be a goal? It's a tough decision for Villa to have to make. Well, no, they're not going to give a goal, are they? Because Sheffield United are saying, well, that we've talking to the Sheffield. I think Villa might give a goal here. Not sure if you touched on this, but with the Europa League being played after the Premier League is finished, do you think that benefits Ollie and Man United, since they will know if they're top four or not? I think it does. Here we go. That's a goal, George. That's a bloody goal. 100%. You can see it's a goal because he's got his hand in like that and he's got it against the post. That's a goal. It's a goal. 100% over the line. All studio analysts saying the same thing and calling out VAR, no stupid angle conspiracy. says Ripperden. Yeah, you can tell it's a goal because I've just seen it with the pitch and the line. I think Villa might give a goal here. We've clapped. I tell you what, we've clapped for the NHS. Let's clap for Aston Villa. If they give the goal here, that's what they should do. I think Villa are going to... They didn't switch it on, says Oliver Green. I think Villa are going to let Sheffield United score a goal. They look in better shape than when it came back, says Daniel Luciano. Although Sheffield United have got their hands on the head, and I think Villa are going to let it happen. No. Boo! Boo! That's a bloody disgrace, Aston Villa. Come on. Come on. That's a disgrace. That's a bloody disgrace. Boo to Villa. I'm going to have to tweet that out as well. Bloody hell. Villa had an opportunity there. That's poor. That's really poor. That's not sportsman. That's poor. That's I don't think that's good. I don't think that's right. I actually legitimately had faith there. I was going to stand up and applaud them. I really thought they were going to do it. Leeds did it for Villa as well. I'm really disappointed. Really disappointed. Villa shouldn't have to do it. I agree with you. And, you know, they could get relegated if they don't. But there will never be... People will say, you know, things will even themselves out. But that will never happen again. You will never see a goal not given again like that. Poor. Really poor. And... makes you feel a bit sick, to be honest. Makes you feel a little bit sick. Sorry for the timer, it's back on now. Daniel Luciano says maybe would if they weren't in a relegation battle. It ain't Villa's fault. The technology is broke, says Sean Turner. They're fighting relegation. That's a lifeline. I wouldn't want United to do it if it was us. I would. Mark, can we blame them? They're in a relegation battle. Says Shura Singh Slati. Well, I can't contradict myself because I said if I was the keeper I wouldn't have said anything, and I wouldn't. But I'm not contradicting myself. If I was the keeper, I wouldn't have admitted it was over the line, even though I knew it was. But if at half time you collectively get told it was over the line, the manager should say, "Look, we as a team we should do that." The post is in line with the goal line. I guess you could argue that because it was still touching the post, it could still technically be touching the line. I don't know. Aaron, not Lennon, tipped you and says, for people having problems on hot mic, please try lowering the volume on your television when you sync. There you go. And... the timer is on. I've just put it on. It's on the screen. Harsh. Bloody harsh that is. Luke Conley says no goal. It was nowhere near in. Good trolling, Luke. Oh, timer's well out, isn't it? Let's have a look here. Sorry. I see what you mean. 2:39. God, it's well out. Sorry. Yeah, we're right now. We're right now. Well, what? I just... Soonest blamed Pogba, says Gaz Elliott. Mark, you look penged today, says Davian Francis. You know. What is your score prediction for Arsenal versus City, says official TME TV. I think City will win. I probably think City will win 3-1, to be honest. Yeah. It leaves a bad taste in the mouth, doesn't it? It's like Benelin. What can you say? What can you say? What can you say? Poor sportsmanship, says Harvey Lawson. I legitimately thought Sheffield United, Villa were going to come out in the second half and give them a goal. And Cress, I agree, Cress. Look, as a Manchester United fan, it's in our best interest that Sheffield United don't win. I absolutely agree with that. But I've got to be honest with you, even if it was Liverpool, I would still be saying that's a joke. Because it's not that I want Sheffield United to win, it's that I love football. And when football gets it wrong, I can't justify that. Like, goal line technology is meant to be something that you've got total confidence in. I don't anymore. Like, anytime there's a shot over the line now, we won't trust goal line technology. It will probably be right 100% of the time in the future, but it won't be. It won't be, will it? Because you'll always say, oh, look, it's not buzzing on their arm. No, screw that. Show me the replay. And they've ruined it. They've ruined it. So I don't like VAR, and now GDS system can get in the bin as well. Apparently it wasn't even working, says SL Gaming. Sia says it's not really VAR's fault, it's GDS. Well, I think it is VAR's fault, because I just don't get how you can have a game of football with people, like 4 referees, I think it is, watching this game like they do in VAR, seeing it's gone over the line, and then sitting there and saying we can't do anything about it. They've got a direct line into the ref, a direct bloody line. They could have said to him, Michael, it's over the line. What? They can't give it. There's a good chance there. Bloody good chance there. I think that's Samatta, isn't it? Is he come on? Nice ball over the top. Took it down well in the box. Gets his shot. Oh, it's Davis. I thought it was Samatta. I thought he'd come on. No, it's Davis. He's looked all right, that Davis. Don't know anything about him. It's a great save by Henderson. Takes it down in the box. Brilliant save by Henderson. And it's gone for a corner. Good save. John Sherrell says, can we move on, Mark? No, we can't move on. Sorry, John. I disagree. I think it's a very, very big point, and I'm very, very angry about the injustice, to be honest with you. But what I was going to say is that the most important point for me is this, that the time is absolutely bang on. Heath, if you're wrong, then it's YouTube delay. Sorry. The thing that and I will move on after this point. The thing that annoys me is that you've got 4 people in the VAR studio seeing that it's over the line very quickly, like we did. Why can't they tell Michael Oliver? Why do we have to have this scenario that we've now got where he's just running around saying it's not vibrated? Because it's not bloody on. But the VAR people could have said, Michael, it's over the line. Like, it's over the line. You're gonna have to give the goal. You can't have a rule where, no, we can't get in touch with him. We can't let him know. You know, it's like having a cancer department and, I don't know, an AIDS department. Like, AIDS is a different illness to cancer. Oh, he hasn't got AIDS, but we've seen that he's going to die of cancer. You know, what's that all about? What is that all about? So, you know, you've got the opportunity to save a life if you work in the AIDS department and they haven't got AIDS but they've got cancer. Tell the cancer department. You've got the opportunity to save an embarrassment. All right, it might not be your department, but the other department shut. Tell them. Tell them. Anyway, let's move on. I agree with Mo Patel. VAR should have run it out. Joshua about what says, Mark, you lied to me. Told me there was VAR when I asked earlier. Well, I presume there is VAR. Well, clearly there isn't. Apologies about that. And Joe on Hot Mic says apparently VAR were allowed to intervene, but they didn't. Corner to Villa, though, who've started the half better. Cross comes in, and a good catch by Dean Henderson again. 55 minutes gone. Hold on a minute. Hi Mark, good health to you and your family, says Ajmel. Thank you very much, Ajmel. Appreciate the super chat. And Mohammed says, what happened? Just came in from work. Mohammed, I'm not allowed to tell. I'm not allowed to tell you. I've been going on about it for too long. Yeah. Apparently Sky have said that Michael Oliver got the notification in the dressing room at half time that it was over the line. Who was delivering that then? Bloody carrier pigeon. Come on. Jesus. Cross here. Corner for Sheffield United. I tell you what, even if they score, it's not justice, is it? Anyway, we're very close to 160,000 subscribers. Please subscribe if you're new. Bottom right-hand corner, United. Cross comes in. Not a very... He needs to be playing in the first team for United next season. He looks ready for it, says Joel Morris. No, I don't agree, Joel. When you go in there, click on my face. It says sync. Make sure you've got your audio on your TV, audio on me. Press sync. Syncs them together. Turn the audio off on your TV. And then if there's a goal or anything like that, it's absolutely bang on. Sorry if there's a bit of lag. We are live. Oh, nearly 1-0 to Aston Villa. He's getting closer and closer as Davis. Cross came in across the face of the goal. He was sliding in like Gaza in Euro 96. And he's just not got there from the cross. Villa have been the better team, actually, in this game. And let's not forget, the goal itself would have been a lucky goal for Sheffield United. No one's mentioned that. It would have been a lucky goal for Sheffield United because it came from a mistake, where the keeper caught it and was knocked into it by his own player. So I've got to be fair about that, if I'm not going to be fair about anything else. Okay, we had a problem on Hot Mic there. I think it's back now. Sorry about that. And it was also on YouTube as well. Another good save by Henderson here. A579 says it's not the goalkeeper's fault. It's not the ref's fault. It's the technology. It's VAR. Begin with a good shot. It's quite a straightforward save. Edge of the box, left foot. Keeper's got both hands on it. He's not going to get beat by that. How long can we keep loaning Henderson out before he gets tired with it? He ain't De Gea. He ain't taking De Gea's place for at least 3 years, I don't think. Says Sean Turner. Yeah, you want to belong, don't you? You want to be part of something. I think that maybe United could let him go with a a cheap buyback clause, but he's been so good for them. He's a massive reason why they are where they are. If you're having problems with any lag or anything, what I would suggest you do is come in and out, or just press the refresh button, which is F5 on a laptop, or just in and out on an app. World-class saves, says Vandy Candy. Grealish with a good cross, back post. Oh, thought it might have been a bit of a foul on Mings there, but not the case. Not the case at all. So we've got half an hour to go in this game. We've moved on from the injustice, I think. Arsenal team news is out. Let's have a look at that. Bing. Man City against Arsenal. Here we go. So, Man City's team: Ederson, Walker, Garcia, Laporte, Mendy, Silva, Gundogan, De Bruyne, Mahrez, Gabriel Jesus and Raheem Sterling. Sane's on the bench. Aguero's on the bench. Interesting. Arsenal: Leno, Bellerin, Mari, Mustafi, Tierney, Xhaka, Guendouzi and Nketiah, Willock, Saka, Aubameyang. Lacazette is not even there. Oh no, he is. He's on the bench. Sorry, I got confused. Ceballos, Lacazette, Pepe, Martinelli, all on the bench. David Luiz on the bench as well. So I think that looks like quite a weak Arsenal team there. But Arteta obviously going about his thing. I mean, I wonder actually if there is an element of Rodri's on the bench for Man City. He would normally start. Aguero would normally start. Sane you'd think might be a starter. Fernandinho you think might be a starter. It looks to me like Man City may have kept some players back tactically, which, look, I hadn't thought of it like this, but our team's actually thinking about our team's thinking about it like that. Instead of picking their strong team, they're keeping 3 or 4 players on the bench that will come on second half and make them strong there. Maybe that's what they're thinking of doing. This game's got 0-0 written all over it, says Jamie O'Neill. I did feel it had a draw written all over it from the start, to be honest. Henderson is doing well, but what will happen with Big Dave and Sergio, the Wall Romero, if and when Henderson comes back to Man United, says Andy Joyce. I've got a Man United versus Tottenham preview going up on the United Stand at 7:45, if anyone's interested in watching that. Sheffield United on the attack here. If there's any justice in the world, Sheffield United will score a goal. I'm not going to say Sheffield United, if there's any justice, Sheffield United should win, because if that had gone in, Villa would have had 60 minutes to get an equaliser. But I think there's got to be, they deserve a goal. Arsenal are going to park the bus. Well, I can't argue about that. United did that. Oh, good cross that. Well cleared by Tyler Mings. I tell you what, I think that was going to be a goal if he didn't get that header. Grealish in his own half here, showing that he can play deep. Akshay says Villa deserved a penalty as well. Yeah, but would they have scored the penalty? That's the thing, isn't it? It's a big difference between could have had a penalty and should have had a goal. Bit of a difference. Villa are dominating, says Jaden. I think Villa have been the better footballing team, and I must say, look, it's not Villa's fault that there's been a travesty, and the reality is it wasn't even a very good goal that was taken apart. It was a Villa mix-up. They got away with it more than once there. Over 300 people watching on Hot Mic. How are you finding it? Thanks for giving it a go. Don't get the Grealish hype, says Alex Connor. Well, if he's doing well in a team like this, he'll do even better in a team like United or a top 4 side, won't he? It's harder. Good question from Keanu on Hot Mic. He says, is it true that Willock is from United's academy? As I understand it, there is a player called Willock at Arsenal who is from United's academy, but I think there's 2 of them, so I don't know which one it is who does that. 00100 Danielle, thanks for the super chat. He says, Mark just got off work and put the game on. So excited to have the Premier League back. Grealish is bossing the game. I think he could offer us more than Donny van der Beek. I think Van der Beek is better. I do. And I think City's bench looks very good, Twallery. I mean, it's got Sane on it, Rodri on it, Aguero on it, Foden on it. It's a very good bench. And but City haven't really got loads to play for. They've just got to win a few games to get second place, but they will hold on to that. Oh, I've just been told something. Let me just have a check. Every woman, every man, join the caravan of love. Stand up, stand up, stand up. I'm your brother. Ooh, I'm your brother, don't you know? I'm your sister. Ooh, I'm your sister, don't you know? Bum bum bum. Not really a sister. Right, we're going to see some substitutions now, which is something I've been keeping an eye on. How many of these people will they bring up? Looks like they're going to make a couple of substitutions each here. Remember, they can make 5, 66 minutes. Will teams make the full 5? 2 for Sheffield United. And looks like 2 for Villa. Drinks break as well. What's my prediction for the City Arsenal game, says Oliver Page. If you are watching on Hot Mic, Oliver and everyone, make sure you follow us on Hot Mic as well, because it is an app with different accounts, so give us a follow. I can see that Benjamin Terrell's just joined, and Monzaliti has just followed, and Danny has as well. Tap on Mark's head and tap sync, says Ethan Derrick, if you're syncing on Hot Mic. Yep, I'll talk through that again at the end of the game so people know what to do for the Arsenal game. Another drinks break, says Stephen Diak. Yes, and I hope Arsenal win enough games to get stuck in Europa League again, says Blue Team. Tony Shaw says, so boring without a crowd. You need to see if you do what I do, I know. If you think about how I watch football, I don't listen to the crowd and I don't listen to the commentary because I'm always doing the watch along. So watching football without noise, I'm used to it. So the only thing is, and then I'm watching the match, so I don't really notice that mad thing. Blatant goal, they're just showing it back again there. I think top 6 will make all 5 more quality bench, says Jack Brown 852. Mark, we doing watch-alongs with Flex, says Sam PV. No, we've got work to do in relation to fan cams and stuff. Andre Locke says that Grealish is looking good right now, and will I start on Friday, says Jesse Lingard. I hope to move to PSG. We all do. We all hope that, but we don't want you to start on Friday. There is a crowd effect noise on Hot Mic, Matt. If anyone knows how you get it to work, it should be working. I don't know how you get it to work, but it should work. Let's have a look. Somebody just said, how many subscribers have you got on United, on That's Football? Please subscribe if you're watching on YouTube, by the way. We're trying to hit 160,000. We're only 70 away. We're on 159,930. So please subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner. And if you aren't new, please share. If you have already subscribed, please share. There's a lot of people watching football tonight. So if you share the video on Twitter and Facebook, Sheffield United into the box. Oh, come on. Come on, better. You're not sharp enough there. Mistake. Cut it back, and the Villa defender's there to cover it. Villa pissing about at the back, passing here. Bad pass across to Mings. Jumps in on it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was harder than it looked to get something out of that. Yeah, please share on Twitter and Facebook using the share button. And if you haven't subscribed, bottom right-hand corner. Apparently there's some ridiculous statistic that over 60% of people who watch your channel header straight at the keeper from across from Sheffield United there. I think it's McBurney, isn't it? Straight at the keeper. Yeah. Yeah, you can subscribe to more than one channel on YouTube, yeah. Thanks to Zakaria. I like the name. Subscribed. Can somebody in Hot Mic say whether they're hearing the crowd noise? Because some people aren't, like Josh. Ed Gilbert says this game's got the same ambience as a game of Sabutio. I like it. Classic retro. Cross coming in here from Villa. No, he's refused to take it. He's going to cross it now. And, ooh, it's gone out for a corner. 20 minutes to go. Admiral Sidhu says, Mark, apparently the GDS system did not work because the Aston Villa player was shielding the GDS. Well, does Michael Oliver not aware of this sort of issue then? Surely when they are coached, they are told that the GDS system is not totally and utterly wrong. Artie says, check your subscriber count. It won't have gone up that quick in 2 minutes, but I will check for you, mate. Cross comes in from Villa. Headed wide. No, we're we're 20 away. 20 subscribers away. So please subscribe, bottom right-hand corner if you're new. Or if you haven't subscribed. And we're nearly at 160,000, which is great. We are doing the Arsenal game. I have seen the Arsenal lineup, Dab. I don't think it's very good. Lacazette's not starting. Pepe's not starting. Having said that, neither is Aguero or Sane or Rodri or Fernandinho. So it works both ways. Well, we've got a bit of a muscle, probably cramp for some players here. They're all doing... I'm going to do one as well. If they can do it, so can I. I've got cramp. I've been stretching. Got sciatica, man, in my back. Ow. I do get a bit stiff in the lower back. Oh, don't say stuff like that. That's just rude. That's not that. We're not in for anything like that. Aguero's been rubbish recently, says Darren Dickinson. I tell you what, so's Bruno. No one's played for 3 months. Of course they've been rubbish recently. Mark, Napoli versus Juve watch-along. Nope. Nope. We're doing what we're doing. We've hit 160k. Thanks, everybody. I thought we might do that tonight. Welcome to WesJ1365, latest member of the That's Football Club and Super EMCG. Next FIFA's tomorrow. People watch my FIFA career mode on here tomorrow afternoon at 2:30. I'll give you the rundown of what we've got coming up on this channel. Everybody's welcome here. I know I do Mark Goldbridge, That's Football. I do United Stand, and everyone knows I'm a United fan, and I'm very passionate about that. And I do. We will be doing a watch along on the United Stand on Friday night, which is a little bit different to these watch alongs because I do get very passionate because it's my club. But on this channel, everybody's welcome. I like the banter. I like the chats. I love football. That's what this channel's set up for, really. That's Football was just set up for the games that I watch when I'm not watching United, of which there are plenty, and of which I get very passionate, like stupid idiot VAR goals that are over the line. It's not over the line, but yeah, you're very welcome. And we have hit 160,000 subscribers as well, which is absolutely fantastic. If you are new, please subscribe and get your notifications on. I'm going to tell you what we've got coming up over the next while, but Sheffield United are on the attack here. I've changed it to 160,000. Thanks, everyone. Great news. Sheffield United looking to whip a cross in here. It's what they like to do. There, now. There it comes in. Keeper's going for it. Punches it. They've cleared it. Mark's looking gorgeous, says Chopper Lee. Yeah, but I don't take these compliments that well, Chopper, because you might well have been stuck inside for 3 months, and you might think that your dustbin pan looks gorgeous at this point. Could City win 5-1, says Bangladesh Cricket. I don't think we need to be that disrespectful to Arsenal. Mm-mm-mm. "15 minutes to go." People are sorting out getting the crowd noise on Hot Mic. If you want to try Hot Mic, links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android. Use the invite code Mark363. Go to That's Football. You'll see that we're streaming the same stream as here. You get a bit of crowd noise, and you can sync your TV in exactly with me by just holding it up. Just tap on me when you're in there. It will say sync your TV. Turn your audio on your TV so you get your commentary with mine. Press sync. It will sync them in perfectly. Turn your audio off your TV, and you've got perfect synchronisation with me. What's your thoughts on Mitchell going to Monaco as director of football instead of United? Gutted, says Kid Cully. Well, we're not looking for a director of football. I think that's what that says. 2 substitutions here from Villa. They've taken off McGinn and Konza, and they've brought on Nakamba and Al Mahabdi. Nakamba's a really good player, actually. Does a lot of defensive work for them. I just wonder if I did say this was going to be a draw. It would put Sheffield United up from 7th to 6th. Cross comes in. It's a good cross. And it's in the keeper's arms. It's a good name for a pub, that, Keeper's Arms. Stuart Grant says, do you think there would be more pressure on United if Sheffield United win or lose? I don't think Sheffield United are going to get top 4. Even if they'd won 5-0 tonight, they're not going to get top 4. I don't think they're that good. I think, well, no, that sounds really disrespectful. I don't think they're good enough to get top 4 playing 3 games a week. I think the way they play, it's such a well-organised side that has to work hard. I just can't see them being able to pick up win after win after win. They put so much effort into every game. So I think it was irrelevant what Sheffield United did tonight. They won't beat United next week. They might get a draw, but they won't beat us. They should have beat us at their place and they didn't manage it. So Sheffield United deserve a lot of praise, but let's be honest, in this game, Villa have been the slightly better side. Grealish playing like a CM, box to box, not just a CAM. This is Stephen O'Callaghan. Where is Zayn? I don't know, Natasha. Not seeing him tonight. I don't want Sheffield United to win, Harry. I never said I wanted them to win. I just said that it was an injustice that they didn't get the goal. Thanks for all the likes and super chats. Yep, Vandy's right. And got about 10 minutes to go in this game. Arsenal game kicks off at 8:15. There is a video on the United stand at quarter to 8, which is our preview for the Spurs game. So you've got a little bit of time to watch that if you want to. I'm just going to stay live. Yeah, I don't see any point in stopping. We'll just stay live on this one. Who's your favourite porn star, says Vicky. I'm not going to answer that because I don't watch porn. But if anybody wants to. That's the sort of chat you get on Hot Mic. Thanks everyone who's following us on Hot Mic, by the way, and everyone who's tried it out. I hope you've enjoyed it. Josh says that City's defence has been bad, so they are vulnerable. But they have been bad, but they have got Laporte, haven't they? So he makes them better. I did say this game's got a draw written all over on it. It's a bit disappointing that it's 0-0 though. I mean, I think part of us hoped that because they haven't played for a while, maybe there might be loads of goals, but actually it's gone the other way. They haven't played for a while, so everyone's not as sharp as they should be. You know, I think the defenders have been better than the attackers, and that's why it's 0-0. And it could have gone either way. You know, the defenders might not be as sharp, and the attackers might take advantage of that, but unfortunately it's been the other way. But Sheffield United are not an easy on the eye side anyway. They've got a very good defence and they don't concede many goals, but they don't score that many either. So they tend to nick games like 1 or 2-0. But tactically, the way Wilder sets them up, brilliant. Tell you what, it's very confusing. But they've all got Black Lives Matter on the back, which is fantastic. But I don't know all Sheffield United players. So sometimes I go to look at the name on the back, and I don't do it because the brain kicks in too quick. But I do go to say, That's a good tackle by Black Lives Matters. And then obviously I think about it way quicker than I go to say it, and I don't say it. But everybody's got Black Lives Matters on the back of their shirts, which is fantastic, of course. But it's difficult when you don't know the name of the player, because you're then like, who is it? Abdul says, love the channel, keep up the good work. Thanks, mate. Over 300 people still on Hot Mic. Thanks everyone who's trying it out. And I think a lot of people probably stick on there. They like it. Grealish is in down the left-hand side here. Took it down really well. Into the box. Doesn't get past his man. Yes, he does. Oh, lay off. Edge of the box. I think they've blown it. I think Grealish has had a good game. And I tell you what, it's not dampened my appetite, this 0-0. It's not dampened my appetite for the Premier League being back. Is it not just great that the Premier League is back? Let's just remind ourselves, is it not great that the Premier League is back? Let's just say that. Is it not great that the Premier League is back? Yeah, it's not been a great game, but we've had no football for 3 months in the Premier League, and now we've got it back, and we've got loads of it back. And I'm just happy we got to this point. For the last 3 weeks, I've been thinking there's going to be a second wave. There's going to be a club that get loads of coronavirus. It's not going to happen, and it's happened. So it's great. It's absolutely brilliant. It's great to have a summer of football, says Risk Corford. Shout out for Game Room. There you go. Thanks everyone who is new and has subscribed. I hope you're going to stick with us over the next 6 weeks. This channel is for everybody, every football fan. It's not biased. I mean, it will be a bit biased at times. I mean, I think Villa have been very lucky in this game, but it's on a game-to-game basis. If Arsenal go and smash Man City tonight, I will give them the credit they deserve. Would you prefer to play GD and lose, or play bad and win? Says Shara Singh Slathia. I'd prefer to play bad and win. I think winning's important. Yeah. In a one-off scenario, I'd rather play bad and win than play good and lose. I want to win. We all want to win. Thoughts on PS5, says Kartik? I haven't really looked at it, mate. I don't really look at launches and stuff like that. I'm too old for all that. I'll buy it when it comes out, or I'll have a look at the reviews when it comes out. So we've got about 8 minutes to go here. It's very much looking like a draw. Some would say a bit of justice would mean that there is a goal for the old Arsenal, but not Arsenal, Sheffield United. Hi Mark, who should take the last place in the squad? Chong, Pereira, Gomez or Lingard? Who do you think? Hope Ollie is going to pick for the City game. I don't know what you're talking about, the squad, but I would, out of those players, I probably would give it to Gomez. Yeah. Mark, aren't Napoli playing Juventus today, says an old brownie. I think they are. That Arsenal lineup is tragic, says Extra Z. Never judge a book by its cover, and never judge a lineup. I've seen Mourinho put crap teams out for United, and then they went and got a result. So you can't just say they're definitely going to lose. You can't do that. 83 minutes. Grealish has got it in his own art. I mean, I've been impressed with Grealish today. Very box to box in what he's been doing. So, yeah, I have been impressed with what Grealish has done today. Aston Villa trying to come forward a bit here. I've just had a notification. The reason I'm looking at this, I've just had a notification on my phone that the United Stand are live doing a preview. It's a premiere. It's not technically live. But if you want to go and watch that, you can. United Stand. This game's still got 5 minutes on it. I am doing Arsenal versus Man City as well. Look, at the end of the day, I know. Look, every man and his dog's doing a watch along for Arsenal Man City, but I'm going to watch it. So If there's a few hundred watching it with me, if there's a few thousand, there's a few thousand. What I would say about this channel, as you saw with the goal that went over the line, we won't shirk being passionate about things. So there you go. Thanks everyone. Subscribe if you're new, bottom right hand corner, and a big shout out to everyone on Hot Mic. I must just say, I've only used it. I used it a couple of times on the Bundesliga. This is the first time we've used it on the Premier League. A lot of people really like it, so I'm happy to sort of keep trying it out. It's easy for me to have 2 comments up on the screen. If you do want to try it, links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android, free to download. Use Mark363 as the invite code. Follow That's Football. You'll then see that I'm live on there. You get the same content as you get in here on YouTube. You also get a comment section, which I can see and interact with as well. You get a bit of stadium and you get a bit of crowd noise, and also it's good for syncing in. If you're a little bit behind me, it can sync in perfectly just by clicking the screen. It will say sync. Hold up your phone or your tablet to the commentary that you've got, turn it on, keep mine on, press the sync button, it will sync it in perfectly. So if I say Grealish has just scored a late winner, you'll be seeing it on your screen. Obviously turn your audio off after that because you don't want to listen to 2. There's no 8 o'clock show on the United Stand, Josh, because I'm going to be live on here all the way through till about 10 o'clock. But there is a show just starting on the United Stand now, which is a preview for the Spurs game if you want to go and check it out. It's only about 20 minutes, so you can come back on here afterwards if you want to. But still got a few minutes to talk about this. We'll be talking Man City, Arsenal straight after. What can Arsenal achieve? And all that jazz. Look, cut inside man says, Mark, what's your net worth? Probably about as much as a Vauxhall Astra. Who do you hate more, Arsenal or City, says Danny. Well, I'll put that out to the live comments. Who does everyone want to win tonight? I think a draw is probably the best result for me. I don't really want Arsenal to win because I think if Arsenal win, they're 2 points behind United. That's not very much. So I don't want Arsenal to get near United, to be honest, because I think it's an absolute joke that Arsenal could be that close to United, because I don't see Arsenal as that close to United. Do I want City to win? I mean, look, City is still a club that I don't like as well. So a draw is probably the sort of result that I would want. But I can't look past the City win. I've said this before. I said it at the start of the show. Arsenal will make you, if you're not wise to Arsenal, Arsenal will make you think they're better than they are. DT, Troops, Robbie, whatever. They're all the bloody same. I understand the optimism because I'm optimistic about United, but I'm also realistic about United. There is absolutely no logic that Arsenal can beat Man City, but Arsenal fans think they can. And, they are. Arsenal are those bloody fans. They are those fans. I said this before and I'll say it again. They're that mate on a night out who is he's smelt the barman's apron and he's got brave and he's out on that night out. I tell you what, if that guy looks at me like that again, I'll knock him out with one punch. I'm an hard guy, I am. Then it kicks off. You turn around for your mate and he's hiding in the toilet. That's Arsenal. When it actually kicks off, they bottle it. But they might prove me wrong. It'd be good. It'd be entertaining if it does. Let's just wait and see, Mark, says Hugh Monty 13. Look, you know what? If Arsenal win, I will say well done. Can you see Bruno being United captain in the future, says Salah Ahmed? I think he's captain material, but I don't think it's necessarily that important as long as you've got lots of leaders in the team. Yeah. I must just let everybody know as well, just to let you know what's happening the next few days on this channel, because obviously United Stand, we're live. We've got the United Spurs game to do as a watch-along. Lots of content on the United Stand around Manchester United. On here, it's more generic content for everybody. That's football. Just to let you know what I've got planned over the next few days so you can get it in your head if you want to join us. Arsenal Man City coming up. We're going to stay live for that and watch that one as a watch-along. Tomorrow, we'll be back playing FIFA tomorrow afternoon at 2:30 on our FIFA career mode, which has been very popular over lockdown. And then Friday night I'll do another FIFA in the afternoon because I've got United on Friday night. Saturday we're back doing watch-alongs on here. We'll be doing Watford-Leicester at 12:30, which I think is another really interesting game. Hopefully Watford win because I want United to catch Leicester. Brighton-Arsenal at 3 o'clock. And then on Sunday I'm going to do Aston Villa against Chelsea at 4 o'clock and then Everton versus Liverpool at 7 o'clock. Then on Tuesday, I'm going to do Leicester versus Brighton and Tottenham versus West Ham on the evening. Wednesday, it's United versus Sheffield United, so I'll be doing that on United Stand. And then Thursday, I'm going to do Southampton Arsenal, followed by Chelsea against Man City. And then that takes us through to the weekend where we've got some FA Cup games. There's a Sheffield United player down injured at the moment, which is why it was a good time for me to start talking about that. Jordan Such, the atmosphere inside the Etihad tonight will be as loud as ever. Yeah, you know, there's no difference at all there, is there? And you know, all the jokes are true. There is an injury here, says Origi. 4 minutes added on as well, which is a lot less than that's quite encouraging. I expected every game to have about 10 minutes added on because of all the subs, but 4 minutes, so we're not getting stupid there. Ian Barron says, can you do a shout out for Darlington FC? Just done it. McGoldrick injured again, says Hippodrome. No, he's going to come back on. So this game's looking like it's going to be a 0-0 draw. And, you know, the story of this game, unfortunately, is going to be the thing that people want me to shut up about. But it's the travesty. It's the fact that a goal was scored, it went over the line, and that technology destroyed it in the first half. The Aston Villa keeper being pushed over the line by his own defender, clearly over the line. GDS did not work, VAR did not intervene, and the game went on. And at second half, Aston Villa didn't give them a goal out of sportsmanship. Maybe that's right, maybe that's wrong. And it has remained 0-0, and that's going to be the story of the game. United did it against Spurs many years ago, but there was no GDS, so it's a different system, isn't it? How do you rate this as the first game after lockdown, says Animish Ranjan? Shit, to be honest. As a football game, it's been a bit crap. But as a spectacle, it's been rather interesting to get. I've enjoyed it. I've enjoyed it because we've not had any Premier League football. Premier League football is the best for me. When I was watching Bundesliga, even when it's Bayern Munich and Dortmund, I'm about 50% interested. This today, probably about 65%. The Man City Arsenal game, I'll be up to 80%. United on Friday night, I'll be 100%. Premier League football is just better. It's my league. The Premier League is my league, and not because I'm English. I think, you know, Indian people, American people will feel the same. You've got a league that's your league. The Premier League's my league. I know it. I love it. It's not been a great game, but I think it's been an interesting one. If United with a full-strength team and rest can't finish fourth, will Ollie be here next season, says Philip Richardson. I think Ole Gunnar Solskjaer will be here next season. Your thoughts on the goal that should have been, says Kay? Disgrace. Travesty. Joke. Ridiculous. And not because it's Sheffield United, and not because it's Villa. This could have been Norwich Brighton, this could have been Man City Arsenal. I'd say the same. It's a disgrace in the modern day that that's happened. Adam Roberts, it's a disgrace. Drogba, I remember that game. I mean, at the end of the day, a draw is what I predicted. I think a lot of us predicted it. Alison Wilson says, I live in New York and the Premier League is the best. Yeah, if you're watching on YouTube, please do subscribe if you're new. Bottom right-hand corner. I'm just going to have a little bit of a... You've got to do this when you're sitting down for so long. You've got to have a bit of a stand-up. Get your backs and your legs moving. Otherwise, you'll seize up. Do you think Bruno will outclass Pogba in the coming years just because he's so focused and does not carry baggage? Thoughts, Mark, says John. I think Bruno's more consistent than Pogba's been. But, you know, Pogba can be the best player in the world if he wants to in his position. Ronnie Johnson on Hot Mic says there's been a lot of talk about the players' fitness. What do you think so far? I think the fitness has been good. But you've got to remember as well, if I said to you, Ronnie, go and do me 20 press-ups tomorrow, you do it, you'll fine. If I ask you to do it the next day, you'll feel it because your muscles that you've not used before it will be harder to do the 20 press-ups. So it's what's to come for Sheffield United. It's the fatigue they're going to get. They're on the attack here. It's very late on. I'd love them to get a goal, but they've refused to put a ball into the box, which is a shame. They're playing for the draw. They had an opportunity to whip the ball in the box and they've passed it all the way back. Bit of a shame. I'm live on the United Stand now. You're right, yeah. I am live on the United Stand. I don't know how I've done it. I don't know how I can be live on the United Stand and live here. But full-time whistle, and we're not going anywhere, by the way. We are doing Arsenal versus Manchester City. 0-0. Sheffield United definitely robbed. And I don't think there's any doubt about that. But there you go, look. I'm live on the United Stand right now. Beautiful, man. Beautiful, man. Right, what did you think about that game, everybody? What did you think about that game? Were you disappointed by that result? Did you think it was a fair result? I think it was probably a fair result. I just think it was unfair on Sheffield United to not have a goal given. I just think, what's that all about? Really, really hard. But no Ozil for Arsenal as well. That's I suppose that could be deemed as being interesting to some. But we are going to stay live. We're going to move our attention to Arsenal versus Manchester City. I just need to do a quick change here, which should work. Let me remove that and that. Da-da! Turn the timer off, and we suddenly are going to become very quickly an Arsenal watch-along. An Arsenal Man City watch-along, in fact. So go and watch United Stand if you want to. Go and have a little crap or a piss or have something to eat if you want to. It's not vulgar because it's what everybody does. And we are going to be staying live on the... oh, look at Michael Oliver just shaking his head like he can't do anything about it. I mean, come on. Have a word with yourself, Michael. It's disgraceful what's happened today. And I think we all know that. I think we all know that. It's great to see. It's great to see the Premier League back, but it's very disappointing. You know, the funny thing is, that's the Premier League will be gutted by that because they hate it when anything goes. I know for a fact the Premier League hate it when anything goes wrong with VAR. They will hate the fact that there's been no football for so long, and then it comes back with the big game that everybody wants to watch. And what happens? GDS, that's been flawless for years, goes and does that. They'll be absolutely gutted. The eyes of the world and everybody watching. And they've just undermined something. And I think one thing... Look, I'm not going to focus on it. We know it was a goal. We know Sheffield United were robbed, which they were. But the most important thing for me and you as a football fan to take away from that is that next time it looks like a ball goes over the line and the referee says no, we're going to be waiting for the replay because we ain't going to trust whether it's on or not. It's lost credibility. And that is a very, very bad thing in anything in life. Is when you lose some credibility, it ain't the best. So... That's a big problem. 8:15 kickoff, so we're only 15 minutes until the next game kicks off. So not really a lot of time to do anything other than talk about the game and move it on from there. Team news for you. We can talk about that. We can also talk about league position. So Man City are second place with 57 points. And Arsenal are currently in 9th. Mid-table matters on 40 points. They are a point ahead of Burnley and Crystal Palace in 10th and 11th. I mean, effectively, Arsenal are only 3 points off 12th. But if they were to win their game in hand, they would move up to potentially 6th if they were to win by 3 clear goals, which they won't. But if they were to win, I would say that they will go up to 7th. No, they wouldn't. No, they won't, because Sheffield United have drawn. They would go up to 8th. They'll go up 1 place if they win, effectively, because they're not going to have as good a goal difference as Wolves. But they would only be 2 points off Manchester United. So if Arsenal want to get top 4, which I cannot think can ever happen, they need to win tonight. Man City will be firm favourites for this game. Arsenal not so much. But the team news is interesting. I think Man City have gone with the route of keeping some decent players on the bench purposely, to be honest with you, because on their bench you've got Aguero, Rodri, Bernardo Silva, Fernandinho. So they're all starters for me. Fernandinho, Bernardo Silva, Rodri and Aguero, they're starters and they're all on the bench. On Arsenal's bench, Lacazette, Pepe, David Luiz, normally starters I would have suggested, but they're not starting. Man City's team, Ederson, Walker, Garcia, Laporte, Mendy, Silva, David Silva that is, Gundogan, De Bruyne, Mahrez, Gabriel Jesus and Sterling. Arsenal's team, Leno, Bellerin, Mari, Mustafi, Tierney, Xhaka, Guendouzi and Ketia, Willock, Saka, Aubameyang. Just looking at those two teams, I don't see how Arsenal don't get battered. I just don't. But stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Right, we will be kicking off with another game in about 14 minutes' time. Which way do you think this is going to go? Which way do you think it's going to go? I'm going to go with a win for Manchester City, and I'm going to go 3-1. I predicted it would be a draw against Sheffield United, and we're going to do this on That's Football from now on. I'm going to mark how many results I get right over the next few weeks. So my first one, let's go. Let me get my pen. Draw V versus Sheffield United. Yep. Win City versus. I mean, some of them I'm guaranteed to get that one right, aren't I? But you know, we'll see how many we get right. I'm going to go 3-1 Manchester City, but definitely a win. Welcome to Grange United, who's just joined Hot Mic. Give us a follow if you're on Hot Mic. If you want to try out Hot Mic, I've now got a few seconds to tell you about it, and I'm going to be syncing in a minute with it. Basically, how Hot Mic works is it's an app. It's free. It's on Apple and Android. The link is in the video description. If you do download it, use the invite code Mark363. Follow That's Football, Mark Goldbridge That's Football, and you'll see that we're live at the moment. Now, it will say live for Villa versus Sheffield United because I've just not changed the name of it. It's still going to be that. I'm going to try and do it in a minute. Go into that. We are doing this watch along in there. You'll see me like you do on YouTube. You'll get a bit of crowd noise, but the brilliance of what it does, and there is a chat in there as well because I can read it out right now. Great idea and show well done, says Flowers of Manchester, who is on Hot Mic. And hit the more on your screen to turn down the crowd noise, says Doubting Thomas. So you've got crowd noise on Hot Mic as well. But also what it does is, when you go in there, if you hit my face, not literally, it will say sync. Turn the commentary on of the TV that you're watching, keep my audio on, hold it up and press the sync button, and it will sync perfectly. So that when I'm saying, David Silva scores the 5th against Arsenal, you'll hear me talking about it and it'll be happening on there. So it works really well. It's free, try it out. Lots of people are trying it and really enjoying it. You can do that for the Man City versus Arsenal game. Lots of people going with Man City winning this. I'm not surprised either. First time here from the United Stand, says Tool Fandomian. Thank you very much. Subscribe if you're new, by the way, on YouTube, bottom right-hand corner. Give us a subscribe. And City Arsenal might get cancelled to Thunder and Lighting in Manchester. Thoughts about that, says Monco. Imagine that. Well, welcome to 2020. Goals that aren't given, even though we've got GDS. 3 months of no football because of coronavirus. And then thunderstorms stops Manchester City versus Arsenal. Coronavirus actually has stopped this twice now, hasn't it? So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. It's amazing, actually, how they're social distancing, Gary Neville and Martin Tyler there. Yeah, there's loads of people who are streaming who aren't social distancing. It's amazing. It's amazing how some people do it. Weather's fine here, says Raku. Pull the ladder up and sod the rest. And need to be careful. The lightning might strike David Luiz thinking he's a tree, says Joshua Bowater. But please can you give a shout out to Aaron, says Harry Donovan. Not a problem, Aaron. MK's asking people on Hot Mic, what is your score prediction? And Etihad will be empty for the game, as always, says Matthew Kirkham. The old ones are the best. The old ones are the best. Right. Just checking something here. Won't be a mo. Can Arsenal do the impossible? I give them no chance. But what I've also said in relation to Arsenal is that they could well be and could well become, under Arteta, better than they have been for a long time. That could happen. So let's see. Let's see how it works. Let's see what happens. You know, I can't see it. I absolutely cannot see how that's going to happen. But you know what? Stranger things have happened, haven't they? Stranger things have happened. Hi, bud. Do you have a prediction for United versus Spurs? Says Robert Moore. Well, you can check it out on my channel. But on the United Stand, I think they're actually still live doing it at the moment. If you want to check it out, or you can check it afterwards. But I think that I think it'll be a draw. I think Man United will be a draw with Spurs. I've said it a few times. I think it will be a draw. I do, yeah. I can't say any more than that. I think it's going to be a draw. I want us to win. Thought there were two of you with that other video, says Daniel Luciano. Thank you very much. But I think United do need to win, and I definitely want us to win. But I've just got a funny feeling it might be a draw. It's alright, I was just making sure that it works. Yeah, if you want to try Hot Mic, link in the video description. Use the invite code Mark363. Follow us on That's Football and you'll see we're live on there to give it a go. Right, only 8 minutes. Fast turnaround here. Only 8 minutes to the game. I'm not confident of that Arsenal lineup. I wouldn't have been confident of Arsenal winning this game today anyway, but I'm not confident on that Arsenal lineup. And I think Man City, I mean, bloody hell. Even if Arsenal, I mean, look. Let's get real on this. How are Arsenal going to win this game? Let's not say Arsenal can't win it, but how are Arsenal going to win it? Even if they got themselves into a situation where they are 1-0 up, right? They're then going to park the book. You've got to decomment. What I love about football and what I love about what you lot talk about is that most of you are very intelligent about football. And football can be quite predictable, and football is quite a simple game. So, look, no team is going to turn up at Man City and beat them 3-0. They might win 3-0, but they're not going to beat them 3-0, score the first goal, attack them, score the second goal, attack them. Even Liverpool, no, against Man City, keep it tight, get at them on the break, score your goals. You can keep the ball, but you've got to be careful, right? Arsenal are not good enough to score one goal against Man City and then score another goal. What will happen is if Arsenal score a goal, they will then do what we would do, what United would do, what Chelsea would do. We'll score the goal and then we'll protect what we've got because we know what Man City are like. They're going to have 70% possession. So for Arsenal to win this game, I think it's got to be 0-0 until like the 90th minute and then they nick it. Because if they score a goal and there's anything like 10, 20, 30 minutes to go, the rain is chucking it down, says Michael Eames. And would you ever take Zaha back? I would take him, and I'm a big Zaha fan, says Man United fan 7. Not necessarily for me. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't necessarily do that. I think that it's not the right move for Manchester United to ever be looking at taking players back, to be honest with you. Let's get the video to 3,000 likes, says Azar. And there's a bit of lag at the moment. Look, I'll tell you why there's a bit of lag at the moment. Because we've been live for a long time. And also, the weather's a bit crap in the UK. So I think it's having a bit of a problem. But it'll sort itself out, don't worry. It did it first time in the first half. So great to see... Look, I know he plays for Man City. But look, this is not the United Stand. Great to see Leroy Sané back. I think he's a fantastic talent. I'm sure he's probably going to leave Manchester City in the near future. But what a player he is. And... I'm a really big fan of him. You know, rivals not enemies. You can't just say a player because they play for an opposition they're crap. I think he's a very good player. I think De Bruyne is a very good player as well. And yeah, I think he's a great player. I really do. Please share the video if you're watching. I'm just about to share it myself on Twitter. So repeat. I hated that song growing up actually. Proper. I tell you what, I do love the thumbnail for this video. It's going to be a shame when it's gone because I think it's a cracking picture of De Bruyne and Aubameyang. I'm just about to share it on Twitter there. You can share it as well by clicking the share button underneath the video. Share it on Twitter and Facebook. That would be appreciated. And we're almost ready to go. Thanks everyone who's tuning in on YouTube. If Sancho fails to join United, would you get Januzaj back, says S.A. King. I almost got up, in fact I'm going to get up out of my chair. I need to stretch my back after that one. What? What's he talking about? What's he doing to me? Talking about Januzaj instead of Sancho. He's mad. He's crazy. That's a very bad Manuel impression there. But looks normal at City's empty had, says Cole Hames. Yeah, these City jokes, even I'm getting a bit bored of them. If you want to try Hot Mic, give it a go. Link in the video description. Mark363 is the invite code. It's free and it's on Android and Apple. Good result for us in the Villa game, says Rattled. It was a good result, but there was an absolute injustice, and I'm not going to say that it wasn't. Kickoff is 3 minutes away. I think we're set. I think we're all set. So get ready for game 2. I liked that, though. The gap wasn't that big, was it, between Arsenal and Man City? And this is interesting now. This is a higher level of football. This is 2 of the bigger clubs in the Premier League. This is something, you know, it's Arteta against Pep. No fans. That's sad. I think that's the first one where I felt sad, where you look at the Etihad and there's no fans. I mean, look, that's normal, but seriously, though, there normally is some fans, isn't there? So it is sad to see that that scenario. I've got to be honest. But I always say this: football without the fans is not the same. But football without football is ridiculous. We've got to try and get it back, and I think that's what we're doing, isn't it? So I'm happy to see it back, and I'm hoping you are all as well. Sorry, I've just been sent something funny that's making me laugh. It's really making me laugh. It's really raining there as well. I mean, that could be Arsenal's friend. That rain could be Arsenal's friend. Yeah, it could. Right. How many are they going to lose by then? 6? 7? You know what? I would be worried if Arsenal... You know, if I was an Arsenal fan, I could never be... You can't do it. You can't get in... Trust me, I know loads of Arsenal fans. You'll never get into that... you'll never get into that mentality unless you are one. If you are an Arsenal fan now, you genuinely think you've got a chance of winning. As a realistic Arsenal fan, I'd be like, there's a 10% chance of us getting something. There's a 90% chance of us not. Hope you're well, mate. Watching this Arsenal game on Sky Sports is like playing FIFA with an all audio off except Martin Tyler's commentary, says Existence. That's why you need mine on. That's why you need mine on, mate. Easy as. Come on, let's get on with it. Zahir says, I've never seen the Etihad so full. Tweet that out, you'll get loads of retweets. It's the sort of stuff that does get them. It's really raining anyway. Really raining. The reason it hasn't started at the moment is because they're doing the... paying their respects, so we'll be kicking off very soon. I don't like all this stuff that they're doing on the screen of all these fans at home with their shirts on and everything like that. I think it's a right cliche, to be honest. All the players bending the knee, good to see. Right, let's get the timer ready. We are ready to go. And Arsenal will kick it off. Rivalry aside, condolences to Pep Guardiola, Sasima Torna Journey. Yeah, we're off. We're off, and condolences as well. It's a mad storm, says Hamza. Please share the video if you're watching. You can do that by clicking the share button underneath and sharing it on Twitter and Facebook. Over 5,000 have stuck with us, which is great to see. And they have started, and Man City have got the ball. I think this is a massive ask for Arsenal. Massive, massive ask for Arsenal to do something here. The only thing is the weather may make it difficult. But how are Arsenal? You know, what does Arteta want to do with his Arsenal team? Aubameyang's playing to the left. It really is bad rain, and I think that might be an opportunity for Arsenal, as they have done there, to make some tackles. Guendouzi, a player that I actually rate Guendouzi, but is he that good? Why are Arsenal playing in their away kit? Well, yeah, I don't know. They could have played in red, but I suppose the white shorts, and yes, they get a bit stupid like that. Crowd noise in this match sounds better than the previous one, says Jamie Dixon. Lily, that's what I was laughing at. And a good chance for Arsenal here. He's in over the top. And, well, he was offside anyway. I'll tell you what. That was a big chance for the number 30. And I can't get his name right. He's good. He's good, number 30. Nketiah. If someone wants to pronounce how I pronounce it, because I hate to get things wrong. Ball over the top. He's just offside. Man City playing a high line. He really should finish it, really. But he would have been offside. But it was a good chance. Nketiah. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm not an Arsenal fan. If someone wants to do it in simple words. It's pronounced Nketiah. Thank you very much to JJ Powell. So Man City have not got off to a good start here. Their passing's not as sharp as Arsenal's. Gundogan looks a bit heavy to me. And City looking a bit sloppy at the moment, and Arsenal looking energetic, which is, you know, fair play. They're pressing high up the pitch. Nice ball out to Mendy now. This is much better because I know all the players' names. Sterling, that's got to be a foul. He's got to be a foul. He's given it. He's got to give it. Right on the edge of the box. Sterling goes for the ball. It's late by... I don't know who that is. I don't know all these Arsenal players. Murray, that's it. It's late by Murray on Sterling. He just kicks thin air right on the edge of the box. Probably should be a yellow card as well. But it's a good opportunity for Man City to get a free kick here, right on the edge of the box. Probably just enthusiastically going for a ball he was never going to win there. So it's a free kick right on the edge of the box here, to the right of the post. David Silva whipping it round the box is what I would do. What would you do? I would whip it. Oh, De Bruyne as well. I forgot about Fanta Pants. Right. We've got nearly 6,000 watching. Please share if you're watching. Bottom right-hand corner. To subscribe as well. Right on the edge of the box. De Bruyne's on this. And De Bruyne's going to take this. Little dink over the... I'd score this on FIFA. Oh, I thought he hit it well. But he didn't get the... he didn't get it anywhere near where he needed to put it. He's got the right height. He's got the right power. But it's straight at the keeper. It needs to be over the wall into the corner. And that's a goal. Has not got that. It's not a very good free kick. He's got that wrong. It's not a very good free kick. Corner comes in. Ooh, David Silva was unmarked there, but I think there was an offside or something. Flags down. It's like, I'm like Ronaldo stepping up for a free kick. I tell you what it is. It's all around here. I've been doing this stream for 3 hours, and you've got to just move the lower back. And there's a player down injured here. I think it's Xhaka. He's lasted all of 2 minutes. It's Xhaka. Boom Shakalak. Boom Shakalak, sorry. And it's not looking good for Xhaka here. Fouled Bow. God. Arsenal. He's injured because of Guendouzi. This could be banter for Arsenal. They may be losing Xhaka after a couple of minutes because he was tackled by Guendouzi. I think he might be alright. No, he's not. He's off. He's off. After 2 minutes. I presume Ceballos would come up back. Yeah, it looks. I actually do rate Ceballos. I don't really know what's gone wrong with his career, but I mean that's bad news for Arsenal. But yes, Xhaka tackled by Guendouzi. It looked like. Or maybe, nah, to be fair, I don't think he was. I think he caught his leg. He's going off on a stretcher. He's in trouble. I'd be interested to see that again. I mean, I know there's a bit of banter to be had there, and from a United fan, take it as a compliment because I don't want the. It's just plastic in the stands, says Matthias Dallum. Ceballos is coming on here, who I think's a better player, but Xhaka's a. I don't know whether is Xhaka the captain of Arsenal. I don't know who the Arsenal captain is tonight. They don't. Who's the captains tonight? That's a good question for the live comments. Who is the captain tonight? Back. Super chat in from Jordan Such. He twisted his ankle, Mark. Okay. Our players are made of glass, for fuck's sake, says Existence. Arsenal on the attack here, though, and they won't give up. Aubameyang's captain for Arsenal. It will slip through. What are Arsenal doing here? Bloody hell! Defensively, they're all over the place. Jesus nearly getting in that. He looks crap. That number 22 for Arsenal. He looks worse than Mustafi. Murray. Absolute crap. Cross comes in, cleared. And Sterling's offside. Sorry, people. I'm trying to get to grips with something here. It's pissing me off a bit. Right, I've sorted it now. Do I rate Gabriel Jesus, says JJ? I don't actually. I gotta be honest, I don't. Is anybody still on Hot Mic? Because I'm not getting many comments on Hot Mic at the moment, and I don't know whether I need to refresh or not. If anyone can let me know on Hot Mic if you're still there, because I'm not getting any comments. That's what I was trying to sort. Seems to have gone. Oh, look. Okay. Is Xhaka Mark, not Xhaka? Sorry, Walk. I've tweeted it out. He's an Arsenal player. He's not my concern. 9 minutes gone anyway. I think Arsenal have had a decent start, despite the banter. I think they've had a decent start. they've lost Xhaka, which isn't their fault, and that's obviously difficult for them. But they just need to get their head in the game and readjust. I think that centre back looks a bit crap. What's his name? Maya or Maya? Who's better, Jesus or Martial? Says Teniola. Oh, for me, mate, it's definitely Martial. Definitely Martial. Arsenal starting to get stuck on the ball in their own box here, though, and the City press is effective. I think Arsenal. What Arteta will be trying to do is what United did to City. Is that, look, you're not going to have a lot of the ball, but when you get the ball, try and use the gaps that City will use by being high up the pitch. Mark, do you think Sheffield decision is the worst mistake you have ever seen? How can VAR, goal line technology and a linesman get it all wrong? I think when you put it like that, Bubba G, yeah, you're probably right. It's probably up there with one of the worst things I've ever seen. Yeah. Shockingly shit is what I would say. Please subscribe if you're new, bottom right hand corner, and share the video. We are 11 minutes into this second Premier League game. The Premier League is back. It's back, baby. And we're very excited about it. Premier League back. Love it. Absolutely love it. No goals in the Premier League yet, though. We've had 2 games and we've not had a goal yet. But nicely slipped ball into Sterling. He's into the box on the left-hand side. We might have our first goal here. Good block there by Arsenal, and they'll come away with the ball. I know what to do. I know what to do. I know what to do. Yeah, I think there's a problem with Hot Mic at the moment, Adam. I'm just trying to sort that out. So we're all right on YouTube, though. That's the main thing. That's our bread and butter. Thanks everyone who's new and has subscribed. It's a good game, this. Much better football content and quality than the first game, which was slow and drab. This is much better. The next watch-along we're going to do Premier League-wise is going to be Saturday lunchtime, Leicester versus Man City. Good cross there, and Nketiah again, getting in front of his man. He looks a threat, that Nketiah. Looks a good player. There was a goal in the game, ER says, but it just wasn't given for Sheffield United, which you're absolutely correct. Yeah, we're going to do on this channel, the next watch along we're going to do is Leicester Watford, which is Saturday lunchtime. FIFA will be back tomorrow and Friday, and then Friday night I'll be doing United versus Spurs on the United stand. Pubs are not open in the UK, Connor Ross. No, God no. Nketiah, sorry. Nketiah. Nketiah. Sorry. It's because there's a song by Elton John called Nikita. Oh, Nikita, you will never know anything about my soul. How good it feels to hold you. So it's Nketiah. I don't know. I'm just going to call him Nketiah. It's Nketiah. Nketiah. Hawkeye apologised for failure to award goals, says Stephen Barry. And hey, Hawkeye Stephen can do one. Bloody idiots. That's what it is. Shocking. And now there's another Arsenal player down. It's Ceballos, but I think he's probably trying to get De Bruyne booked. Yeah, there's nothing in that. He won't be injured. And he's up. Well, I think Arsenal will be happy with this first 15 minutes. They're not losing. Coppa Italia final is on 2. Is it the final tonight? They've turned that around quick, haven't they? Coppa Italia is always... Look, I'm a big fan of Serie A. I think people know that I like Serie A. And it's crap. I'll let you know when we've sorted Hot Mic out. Just be on YouTube at the moment. It's Seb Ios, says Adam Sloan. Okay. There are going to be fan cans on the United stand on Friday night. Yeah. I mean, obviously it's going to be a little bit different because you can't be outside the Tottenham Stadium with the crowd, but we have got fan cams and we are sorted for doing fan cams, yeah. What's up, Mark? Your content carried me through lockdown. Well, there's a cross here coming in from Zaka. It's cleared by Man City. Your content helped me through the lockdown. What's one thing you admire about Liverpool, your rival? Regards from Seattle, says Nick Anton. Admire is not something I can associate with Liverpool because there's no way that a Liverpool fan could use admire in relation to Manchester United either. But I respect what Liverpool have done. I think that one thing I've learned growing older, and this is why this channel, I enjoy this channel, is because I'm a very passionate Manchester United fan, and everyone's very passionate about their club. But I love football, and you know what happened to Sheffield United today was an injustice, and I didn't want them to win because I didn't want them to go ahead of United, and that's a good result, a draw for United. But there was an injustice there that I can, accept. In relation to Liverpool, they deserve to win the league. I never wanted the league to be cancelled so Liverpool didn't win the league. It would have been funny from a banter rivalry point of view, but they deserve to win the league. They've been the best team in the league. They deserve to win it. The way they've done it as well, they've done it in a very good way. I think Klopp's a very, very good manager. So, it's great. I don't like all this fan shit that's going around the edge of the ground. All these fans, rah, which sounds odd for a fan who does a watch-along, I know, but one thing I've learned doing a fan channel is that not everybody, just putting a fan in front of a camera doesn't mean it's going to be good content. The amount of people that, I think it just pays I think it's just I think they take the piss by doing it, to be honest. Oh, do you want to be on one of our cameras behind the goal? I mean, I just think it cheapens fan opinion, really. I think fan opinion's as good as ex-player opinion, but there are levels to it. And I think just sticking anybody behind a goal just sort of mocks what fans are, really. Anyway, Arsenal are doing very well at the moment, and Man City are looking a little bit rusty. So I'm going to give Arsenal that and say that they are doing well. And we're back. We're back on Hot Mic. Thanks, everybody. We're back. It's working again. Coolio. Thanks, Artex. Cool. Hot Mic's working great. If you're using that, you can use it by downloading it. It's free. It's on Apple and Android. You get a bit of crowd noise there as well. There is a chat option there as well, which I can read again now, which is great. It's free. Just make sure you use Mark363 as your invite code and you follow That's Football on there. You'll then see that we're live on there. And you can also sync in on Hot Mic. That's the whole point of it, really. You just hold up when you go into my broadcast on Hot Mic, press my face, it will say sync. Turn the commentary on the telly that you're watching, press sync again, and it will sync in. Keep my noise on as well, and it will sync in perfectly for you. Harry says that goal line technology operators have apologised for the error in the Sheffield United match versus Aston Villa. But does that? So what? There was a solution there at half time that neither Villa or the referee negotiated. There was a solution there within 10 seconds for VAR to get on the line to Michael Oliver and say it's a goal. Sorry's not good enough. At this level of football, sorry is not good enough. There was time for that to get resolved within the first few seconds at half time. It's an embarrassment. Laggy Man TV says hello and I'm a fan of Spurs. Hello, mate. Hope we beat you on Friday. Kyle Walker on the attack into the box down the right-hand side. This could be a goal. He cuts it back. Oh, no one's there and Arsenal walk away. That could have been a cutback and a pass into the back of the net, but it didn't pick out the right person. We've got... Where are you watching from, actually, in the live comments? We haven't done that. We've got nearly 7,000 people watching. I've got ants in my pants. It's because I've been sat down for a long time. I'm going to have to get this back moving. Where are you watching from? Let us know. We've got Walsall, Nepal, Ireland, North Wales, India. We've got Bangladesh. We've got South Africa. We've got Bradford. We've got Maldives. We've got Virginia. We've got Walsall again. It's probably the same person. Dortmund are Town 2-0. Too much on to watch, says Charlie Wash. Forget watching the Bundesliga, mate. Forget watching the Bundesliga. We only did it because there was nothing else to watch, Charlie. You don't have to do it anymore. Connecticut, says Daniel Luciano. Yeah, with the Bundesliga, mate, turn it off and don't watch it. Right? Don't watch it because it's a bit like, you know, when, you know, at the end of the week when you've got no good food left. So you've got to eat like rice pudding or whatever you've got a jar of. We've been shopping now. We've got the real stuff in. We've got some ice cream. There's another injury for Arsenal here. Bloody hell. And it's David Luiz coming on. He doesn't even look happy. Even he's thinking, oh, shit. He's coming on anyway. It's probably not a bad move because... I think it's that Mayo going off. Murray, that's his name. Who I don't actually rate. So they've used... I mean, at least they've got 5 subs, Arsenal, because... Murray's his name, not Mayo. Ooh! Ow. I think I'm going to get a hamstring injury. Standing on your tiptoes, jogging on the spot. Exercise is good for you. Chocolate is not. Up in the morning for a 5-mile run. Down to the river for a swim. Dum 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 dum. It's all good fun. Chest out and keep your tummy nice and thin. Standing on your tiptoes, running on the spot. Exercise is good for you. Chocolate is not. I can't remember the rest. That's what we do to fill time. Who is this Mayo anyway? Mero. Murray, that's it. Who is Murray? I've never heard of him. Is he good? Don't look good to me. Dortmund under 2-0 to Mainz. Could that influence the price we can get Sancho for if they finish badly? Says Kelt Hustler. It's just a rubbish league. 2 midfielders injured in the same game within 20 minutes, says Vicky. Well, one of them's a centre-back. Similar injury as well. 2 subs, 2 injuries in 20 minutes already, says Existent. I tell you what, this game's bantering Arsenal more than me and FIFA 20 at the moment. They've lost 2 players in 20 minutes. I feel sorry for them. You know, that's not what you need. I think I like Arteta anyway. I think he's a nice guy. I think he's got the right idea. I think Arsenal fans are going to have to be very, very patient with him. But it's not what you want, is it? Crowd music realistic, away fans only heard, says Calvin White. Sense on a Donna. Anonymous, thanks for the tip on Hot Mic. Appreciate that. I think he's from the youth, says MUFC Forever. Oliver Page says, can you do a sing-along as well as a watch-along? People won't be happy about that. I haven't checked the new Summer Heat FIFA 20 updates, Ruben. They bought him from Brazil in January, says Jabber Daily. Looking out. Mari is from Brazil. He was one of the best centre-backs there. 27 years old, says Miles Petrie. Fair enough. It's adjustment time, isn't it? There's a bit of a mistake here by Arsenal, actually. So there's Man City trying to pass out from the back, and it led to a shot from Aubameyang from distance. Definitely, Man City are not playing well. I'd say that. And if I was Arsenal, I know they've lost 2 players injured, but if I was Arsenal, I'd be looking at this. Reminds me of Man City against United a couple of times this season. I mean, Man City on their day, they're unplayable, but they do have days where they're not. Darren Giles, good evening, Mark. Thanks for all the content during quarantine, and once again, you're a blessing as wife has chosen Desperate Housewives over the football. So listening to your watch along on YouTube. Stay well, buddy, and keep up the good work. Thank you, Darren. Thanks for the super chat as well. Trevor Livesey, I'm going to put this to the live comments. Do you think that this will impact on... do you think that no crowd will impact on the players? Well, it shouldn't impact on Man City, should it? The code for Hot Mic, Chris, is Mark363, I think. Should be in the video description. Yeah, Mark363. David Luiz gives me heart attack. Well, he's not. I don't want Arsenal to win, and David Luiz scares me. The things he tries to do, like dribble out and all that, gets his hair stuck in his face all the time as well. Good play here. De Bruyne is driving forward, edge of the box. He'll try and get a shot off. Messed it up himself there. Caught in 2 minds, really. Carl Walker now. And Arsenal have won it back with Guendouzi. It's still raining a lot. Please share the video if you're watching. You can share it on Twitter and Facebook with the share button underneath. De Bruyne looks very off, to be honest, has walked up. It's a very, look, I don't... Obviously, I'm not a Man City fan. But... this will happen with Man United and Spurs. You've got to lower your experience. You've got to lower your expectations. Sorry, they've not had a pre-season. They've not played for 3 months, and they're going into a game that is very demanding. It's very, very precarious. There's many reasons why they won't be playing at 100%, and there's many reasons they won't be sharp. Hi Mark, will you be doing a chart show on Saturday? Says the Kraken. I will be. I don't know. I don't know whether I'm doing one on Saturday because, but we will do anything. We will do one. Anthony says thank you for everything during the lockdown. Thanks for the tip, pal. And cancel the league, says Magic Bennett. Roma Dude says you're in the wrong business. You should be a dancer. Bloody hell! If you think I'm a better dancer than I am doing this, then I'm in real trouble. Half an hour nearly gone, and not a lot going on. I just feel that Man City will win this game, but they just don't seem to be able to get grips with it. But having said that, in this scenario, Arsenal, if they could nick a goal, they've got something to hold on to. De Bruyne, and there was a foul off the ball there, but the ref's not going to give it. He's going to give a corner. No, he's not. He's going to give a goal kick. Pratt. Absolute Pratt. Though, I tell you what, those Man City fans behind the goals, that's bloody annoying. Really annoying. I think it's worth a tweet, actually. No, you know what? You know why they are annoying? Because every time they know they're on the screen, they start moving around. Oh, it's a goal kick. Oh, it's just bloody annoying. It's off-putting. Just put them somewhere we can't see them. That's what I say. VAR is a farce, Mark, says Sebastian Bodry. City just passing the ball around at the back here. Morez is quite deep here. He's in his own half. I'd be stunned if it was a 0-0. It is cringe. That's the word, John Sherrill. It's bloody cringy. I'd be stunned if this was a 0-0, but I wouldn't be... He'll do well to keep that in, Sterling, and he didn't. Ethan's back. He says there was a bit of an issue with Hot Mic, but it's working again now. I think the app was struggling a bit, but the Hot Mic app is working well now if you want to give it a try again. And David Moyes is the GOAT. Thanks for the super chat. He says, Mark, UEFA should make clubs have a salary cap like American sports so we don't see the same farmers clubs winning all the time like Bayern and PSG. Thank you, Vandy Candy. I was just about to do that myself. City having lots at ball here, as you would expect. Half an hour gone. Edge of the box, De Bruyne gets a shot off, but it's blocked. Comes to David Silva on the edge of the box. Remember, Man City have gone with quite an odd team selection today as well. Rodri always starts, doesn't start. Fernandinho always starts on the bench. Aguero on the bench. Bernardo Silva on the bench. 4 players that normally start for them on the bench. And then Leroy Sané on the bench. So they've got some bloody good subs to bring on. And let's not forget, Arsenal do not have a great bench and have already had to make 2 substitutions. I don't watch City enough to know why those players would be on the bench. Maybe they're not being kept back, but it certainly feels that way. Mental sharpness is going to be off too, says Rishari Kamath. Will take 3 to 4 games. Yeah, I do. What I would say is that the speed of the game is much quicker than the Bundesliga was. The Bundesliga, their first couple of games was very slow, and this isn't as quick as it will be, but it's still quicker, and it will get better. I said this a week ago. I said if you're expecting good football in the first few fixtures, you're unrealistic. There's going to be some bad stuff. I hope Spurs play like this against us on Friday. We'll have every chance, as Graham. Unless we play like it as well, Graham. Then that might not be the case. Cool. Do you think Man United can beat City? Beat Tottenham? I think they can do. David Silva on the attack here, wide to Sterling. Arsenal got plenty of players back, but Sterling comes into the box, shoots, and Leno has to make a save, putting it out for a corner. Good effort, first really good chance of the game, and Sterling, who I don't think Sterling's had a great season actually, does well there. Corner to City. City know they ain't going to win the league. They've got to have an eye on the Champions League, says Sean Turner. Yeah, but the Champions League's not till August, is it? So maybe, yeah, you've got a point there. Maybe that's what they're looking to do. Short corner to Kyle Walker. Gives it back to Mahrez. I'm a big fan of Riyad Mahrez. I think he's a good player, actually. Still back with Kyle Walker on the right-hand side. Maybe maybe it is hard to break it. Maybe what we saw in the Sheffield United Villa game, and we might see it a bit here today. Maybe the harder thing to get sharpness about is creativity, and maybe it's easier to defend. Silva, good save, Leno. That's good, great save by Leno. That slipped into David Silva in the box, hits it low, and I thought it was going to be in the back of the net. Leno makes a good save to his left. Don't know why United need to play Lask again. It's Mato Darlow. I know. I suppose it's just fairness. Cross comes in from Mendy. Nobody there, but it will come to Mahrez on the edge of the box on the right-hand side. I knew he was going to do that turn. Gives it into De Bruyne. back to the halfway line. Schmucky Lad says that Leno and Aubameyang are running the show, but they're not the two people you want to be running the show, Arsenal, do you? You don't want your goalkeeper to be running the show. If you couldn't get Sancho, would you take any of Man City's wingers, says Sid T. I think Mahrez is a great player. I think Sane's good as well. I think Sterling's good. I don't think Sterling's had a great year this year. City look a little bit quicker to the ball than Arsenal. I don't know why that is. Maybe there's a question to be asked about fitness from Arsenal. It could just be bad luck that they've lost two players in the first 20 minutes. Of course it could, but City seem to be a little bit sharper than Arsenal. Chris H says, as a Spurs fan, I love Leeds. Is that because they wear white? Guendouzi needs to stay on his feet, says Extra Z. Well, yeah, I think as a midfielder, you don't want to be going to ground too much. You do not want to be doing that. Please subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner. We've hit 160,000 today. FIFA Career Mode's back tomorrow if anybody's interested at 2:30. Next watch-along on this channel will be Leicester-Watford on Saturday lunchtime, which I'm looking forward to. Need Watford and Troy to start stepping up to the plate now, and we need Leicester to start dropping points. If United are going to get top 4, I think we can catch Leicester and Chelsea. I think Chelsea can catch Leicester. David Silva into the box. De Bruyne edge of the box. That needed to go wide. It's a lovely little ball. Mahrez. Great save, Leno. He's having a good game here. Leno got out quick and blocked the shot from Mahrez, who was in one-on-one. City starting to move through the gears a little bit here. Concentration level is going to be very, very important here for Arsenal. You feel they're going to need a clean sheet to get anything out of this game. Leno getting a lot of praise in the comments at the moment. They haven't had a drinks break on this game, have they? Is it because it's raining? It's a bit heatist. Anyway, still 0-0 in this game. Man City, to me, are etching towards a goal. Leno is clearly Arsenal's best player on the pitch at the moment, and that's never a good sign. De Bruyne are on the edge of the box. This is a goal. Oh no, he's put it over the bar. Sterling should have scored. But they're getting closer and closer. De Bruyne should have 2 assists. Great save from Mahrez a couple of minutes ago. He plays Sterling in here. Where's the defence? But come on, Raheem. Where's the finish? Too much. Tries the old L1 and circle. Doesn't work. Too much. He's held circle down too long. And it's over the bar. I agree with Andy Candy. I don't think he's having a great season, to be honest. Do I like Harry Styles' music, says Kirta. There's one song that sounds a little bit like David Bowie that's quite good. Leno is a top 3 keeper in the league, says Existence. I think he's a good keeper. Unfortunately, I don't watch Arsenal loads, and when I see him play, he's made a lot of mistakes. Ceballos is down injured again here. There's nothing bloody wrong with him. That's twice you've done that now, trying to get people booked. Stop diving. Martial would have buried that chance of Sterling's Quezzy. Ed Gilbert says it was a typical Goldbridge miss. Yes, it was. If you are watching on Hot Mic, and we've got nearly 200 now, it's working again, please do give us a follow on there. I know you're probably watching it, but follow Mark Goldbridge. That would be appreciated. Give us a follow. I hope you're enjoying it. If you want to try it and you're on YouTube, links in the video description. It's free. Apple and Android app. You're watching the same thing that you watch on YouTube. You get a bit of crowd noise. You can sync in, and there is a chat in there as well. And the links in the video description. Mark363 is the invite code. Best striker in the Premier League, says Chris STFU. To be honest with you, Jamie Vardy's probably the best striker in the league based on stats, goal conversion rate, etc. He's bloody brilliant when you look at that. But I mean, he wouldn't be my player. He wouldn't be my best striker. I think there's a lot of good strikers that are very different strikers. I mean, I'm a big fan of Anthony Martial, and I think you have to watch Anthony Martial this season to know how good he is. Harry Kane's a very good striker, gets a lot of stick. Aguero is good as well, as we know. You know, Aubameyang's a good striker, but he doesn't really play up down the middle, does he? So lots of different types of striker. Are Arsenal having to do another sub here? I'd say Aguero, says Chris. Your box is not about to go into standby mode. Piss off. 41 minutes and 12. Story of the game so far, says Vabath. Slow start, followed by some good keeping from Leno and a bad miss from Sterling, really. City should be winning the game, but Arsenal will be happy to still be in it. And I think, you know, the longer Arsenal are level in this game, the longer that they'll feel that they've got a chance. Every time I watch David Silva, I get angry how Mata was being played on the wing. Mata at Chelsea was a beast. Silva is not fast either, says Sharath Kamath Fitness. Yeah, we misused Mata. His best years were misused. Good cross coming in from Arsenal. Ooh, I tell you what, it was a decent cross from a free kick. Mustafi was sliding in. I think you want to be going with your head, really. Man City don't have enough fans to fill the fan cam, says Extra Z. I know, it's embarrassing. And Bundesliga equals Scottish Premier League. 8 titles in a row. They could have just handed by him the trophy. Why bother? I know, crap league. I'll never watch it again unless it's the only thing on. Because I miss football that much. But yeah, it's a crap league. Mark, do you think Rashford can get golden boot if he gets back to his post-injury form with Bruno and Pogba's supply now? Says Graham Alphonsus. I think Martial will outscore Rashford if he plays the same amount of games. But I think Rashford will have... I mean, because Rashford won't be taking penalties anymore. Well, he shouldn't be either. But he'll get a lot more goals, definitely. So we're nearly at half-time, and it is 0-0. I've got to be honest, I haven't noticed a massive drop-off in players not performing because they haven't got fans. I think that is something that people were worried about. I haven't noticed a massive amount of that. I still watch the game. And when I watch a game of football, I don't really look at the fans in the background anyway. So, obviously, I'm looking now and I can't see any fans because the seats are covered up with whatever, plastic. But I still think it's a quality. I think there's a slowness. Of course, you're going to get that. And there's a lack of sharpness. But it's competitive. Most underrated player in the Premier League right now, says Chris. I don't know, really. I don't know. I say Bruno's underrated by a lot of people. They don't really understand how good he is. They will do in time. No goals yet, King Caravan. Over 200 on Hot Mic. How are we all doing on there? Rory Cameron on Hot Mic says the Bundesliga is nearly as good as the Prem. How many Champions Leagues has the Bundesliga won in the last few years? Sane is on the bench, Mark Ryan. Look, Sane is one of those players who plays for a rival that I just can't help but like. De Bruyne is one as well. I really do like Sane. Obviously, Van Dijk's a good player as well for Liverpool. Nice and sunny here in Glasgow, Mark, says Stephen B. Harry. I don't know what it's like out here. I don't know. I haven't looked outside. Dortmund are losing 2-0, says Dogmar, to one of the lowest teams in the Bundesliga. It's very rainy in Liverpool, says Jem. Don't slip. And I'm just going to do my back exercises. De Bruyne with the free kick. Easy win headed by Arsenal. Gundogan picks it up, puts it out wide to Sterling on the left. I think if Arsenal could get a breakaway goal, you might start to... This is what United did. There's not a lot... You know what I would say to any Arsenal fans is, there's not a lot of difference between the way City are playing here and the way United beat them. Yep, City have had a lot of the ball. Yep, City have had a lot of chances. Yep, City have scored. Sterling. I mean, that didn't happen with Manchester United, I must say. I was just about to say Arsenal should take great hope from the fact that City have been a bit sluggish. Arsenal are defending well. And if they can get a goal on the counter, they could get something out of this game. And then what happens? The Goldbridge jinx. Raheem Sterling. I mean, it's not even a Man City goal. De Bruyne lumps it over the top. David Luiz does what David Luiz does. Lets it slip off him like a fried egg in oil. And there is Sterling to just volley it into the net. It's crap defending by David Luiz. He really is Sideshow Bob, isn't he? He's a clown. And an assist for David Luiz. And Raheem Sterling is there to volley it and make it 1-0 to Manchester City right on half-time. What a prat. David Luiz really is a prat, isn't he? As we approach half-time, I need to... Oh, bloody hell. Just realised I need to change the score. But Arsenal do what Arsenal do. They've gone and provided us with the banter, haven't they? 1-0. You almost expect David Luiz to lift that shirt up Balotelli style and say, why always me? Because he's such a bad player. I don't get what Arsenal were thinking about when they bought him from Chelsea. He's just always been very consistently clown. Defensively, he's just that's a foul by Guendouzi. He just doesn't fill you with any confidence at all, does he? I will change the score here. 1-0 to Manchester City. Right on half-time. Terrible time to concede for Arsenal, of course, as well. You don't want to concede just before half-time. You put all that work in and then you go in 1 down. And that is half-time as well. I'll be very surprised if they can get back into this game now. But Sterling will be happy with his goal. He should have scored before that, of course. He didn't, but he did score from a David Luiz assist. He'll blame the rain. It was slippy, but your name ain't Gerrard. Let's get that score changed and turn the timer off. 1-0 at half-time. City good for the lead. They deserve the lead. They've been the better side. I thought the first half an hour they were a bit sluggish, as I said. But they did create a lot of chances. I thought that Leno made 2 really good saves. Sterling had a bad miss before he scored. So 1-0 at half-time is not something that Arsenal can complain about. I don't really understand what Arsenal's game plan has been, to be honest. Mark, have you heard about Rashford's Twitter clash with Katie Hopkins? Says S.A. King. Well, I would hope he's not got involved in a clash with her because she does it for the attention. What the hell is Luis doing? Says Alexi Texas. Luis is doing what Luis does. Guendouzi's awful, says Rattled. Yeah, but how much are you... You might be confusing Luis for Guendouzi because of the same haircut. It's not always going to be him. I wish we could have Sterling, says Alpha Charm, and Jones and Rojo would start for Arsenal. I know, the fact that Arsenal turn their nose up at Chris Smalling when they've got people like Mustafi and Luis as their centre-backs. I mean, realistically, that game should be 0-0 at half-time. I know Man City had good chances, but they didn't take them. David Luiz should defend that. Like, that's a goal that should never happen. Never, ever, ever happen. So, yeah, I don't agree with that. I think it's silly. Absolutely silly. Luis was laughing when he did that, says Cameron Jeffrey. I don't think David Luiz looks very committed to the Arsenal cause, which is probably why he didn't start the game, to be honest. Imagine Bruno, Pogba and De Bruyne, says Kurt. And do you think Gomez will stay at United if Ollie gives him minutes on Friday? Top 5 defenders in the Premier League, says Chris. Well, we're not going to put Luis in there. And Arsenal still talk smack too. Sane's on the bench, Benson. Hopefully we'll see him in the second half. And Piers Morgan, Arsenal fan. What a shame, says True Live. And is there a chance that City miss out on top 4? No, never in a million years. As we say in FIFA, 45th minute cheese, says Demons is danger. And Arsenal thinking they can beat Man City with that defence joke. Well, I think we all saw the team. We all saw the team for Arsenal, didn't we? And we all saw what was coming. It was they're just not good enough. It doesn't matter how good. It doesn't matter how good a manager Arteta can be. He hasn't got the players. He hasn't got the squad. Leno was their best player in that half. What are Arsenal doing as a creative force? They're looking to hit them on the break. I don't see any good football play. I don't see any momentum, fluidity, possession. They are basically, and the funny thing is that they just before the goal, I was actually saying I do see similarities between this Man City performance and when we beat them. Yes, Man City have had a lot of the ball, but they've been wasteful with it. And if you are decent with the possession you get and you hurt them on the break, you can get the goals and you can win the game. But Arsenal have not been decent in possession when they've got the ball, and then when you're playing Man City, you cannot do what David Luiz has done. And let's not talk about that mistake. The chance that Sterling had before that, he lost the runner. Like, we're only not analysing that because the ball didn't go in the back of the net. So, you cannot go to Manchester City and make defensive errors. You've got to be switched on. I don't think the player who got injured for David Luiz to came on had a good start. Arsenal can't defend, and if you can't defend, you can't keep clean sheets. Existence says we're getting destroyed in the midfield, but yeah, I mean they're just not defending well, and that to me is going to always be the problem. Remember how Arsenal fans were moaning about being fourth? Oh, how the mighty had fallen, says Alex Yulty. Thanks for the super chats. Mark, what do you think of Grealish and Dino today, says Sean Miller. I thought Dean Henderson had a very good game, and I thought Grealish had a very good game, and he impressed me the way he was box to box. Luis is the gift that keeps on giving, says Nick P. And mid-table matters, says Lana Rhodes. Troops lost everything, says Parter. And what? Yeah, but you know what? Can I just say this, right? What? Is it not now? If Man United lose to Spurs on Friday, am I going to start going in on Harry Maguire or Lindelof? Unless they do something really stupid, no. At what point does Troops himself, or any Arsenal fan for that matter, of which there are many, become just a caricature, become basically an idiot? Because what are you getting mad about? You're 9th in the league. You've got a crap side. You're not going to beat Man City. You're not in a top 4 race. And I'm not even bantering you. You're not in the same sentence as Manchester United, Sheffield United, Chelsea. You're barely in the same sentence as Spurs. It's not something to rage about. You're not good enough. These players that you've got playing for you do these things consistently. What are you raging about? Raging about it expresses a frustration that you don't think it should happen. When are you going to wake up and realise that this is a normality? We're even bored of laughing at it. It happens all the time. You're not a good team. So what are you raging about? You're putting yourself through this. You're giving yourself high blood pressure and you're moaning like you are a decent team. You're shit. That's the problem. And the sooner Arsenal fans realise what we as United fans realised 2 years ago, we're crap. And we need to be patient. You've got a new manager. You need to sell some players. You need to bring some players in. But raging about a new process will not help. It won't. And raging because you've... How much of an idiot are you? You're shocked that David Luiz has done that again. You're shocked that you're not creating things. You're not good enough. Like, you should be sat there going... If I was an Arsenal fan, I would have sat there today and said, if we don't get beat 3-0, that's a good result. And when that David Luiz thing goes in, I'd be like, yeah, he's crap. Why is he in the team? I wouldn't be raging, giving myself high blood pressure, because I would expect it. And the trouble is, I've said it before, Arsenal fans, they talk, you know, they're so full of crap. Like, they're so full of crap, some of them. Like, they're there, you know, I did the pub analogy. Let's do another one. You know, if you spoke to an Arsenal fan and said, do you fancy a game of darts? Yeah, I'll have a game of darts. I normally get 180 with 3 darts. They'll throw the darts and somehow it'll hit them in the arse. You know, they're full of crap. They're deluded. They need to get real. Show some humility and patience, because that's what you are going to need. Because you are nowhere near. You're not going to be in Europe next year. You know, you've got plenty of time next season to have a good long think about patience and where your club is. A long way off. And as a Man United fan, I don't even say it to banter you. I say it to get real. You're miles off. We did this, but we turned it around a bit quicker. And I'm not saying we have turned it around. We're still very realistic, but we are doing the right things and we are being patient. You're always going to have a moan when you lose. That's fine. But I think with some Arsenal fans, they've got this unjustified thing. And I've been talking about it all week. They genuinely thought they were going to get a result today. Well, United can do it, so why can't we? Because we're better than you. But we beat you in January. Yeah, you did. But name me some shit teams you've lost to. Everybody loses to shit sometimes. We lost to Arsenal in January, played badly. It can happen. You're not better than us. You might beat us when we play you again, but consistently you're not better than us. And you were never going to the Etihad and going to win unless a lot of things went your way. And one of those things was defend and be good in possession. And they're not. And until they get real, they're going to have these bloody pantomime breakdowns, which, to be honest with you, they're boring. Why are you having a pantomime rage? You know, you're acting like you think you're a top 4 side. You're not. Can you not look at the table? 9th. Mid-table matters. Start thinking like a mid-table club and how you become a top 4 club, because that's what you've become. And that's the truth. So, you know, AFTV and chill, I'm sure you'll all watch it, but to be honest, for me, I don't even find it funny anymore. They are, you know, AFTV and chill. AFTV and facts. You're a mid-table club. You are where you are. And instead of raging, why don't you actually start saying something constructive about where your club is? Because raging actually lets your owners off the hook, because it's like, well, they're only raging because they think we're better than we are. You know, where's the acceptance about where you are? Time is what you need. Arteta might be the right man. He's definitely not got the right tools. Arteta needs 200 million. He needs to sell 10 players. He needs to bring 10 players in just to start getting you where you need to be. Why are Arsenal fans not having this chat? Why are you not having a grown-up chat about, look, this is where we are. It's not good enough, but we're starting a process. Can he sell David Luiz at the moment? No. He's not had a transfer window. Can he bring players in at the moment? No. You might have had 3 months off, but the reality is you're not allowed to sell players. You're not allowed to bring players in. You are the same squad that you were before lockdown, and that was never good enough. You got knocked out of the bloody Europa League for a start. You know, I just think, look, trust me, I've had plenty of rages. People know they're there on the United stand, but I think there becomes a point where, what are you raging about? You know, you've got to... I would never rage about Manchester United being a title-winning side, because we're not. We're just not that. And we were, for most of my life, we were. And I was very pissed off if we came second. I'd bloody love to finish second now, because it would be progress. You know, you've got to start climbing the mountain. And I just think Arsenal, they've put themselves at the bottom of the mountain and they're complaining about it. Oh, we're still at the bottom of the mountain. We should be up the top. Well, you've got to start climbing it. You've got to start getting real. Arsenal fans are like idiots on X Factor. Think they can have what they want with no talent to back it up. It's the X Factor generation. It really is. Where's the Poundland version of Greenwood? On the bench, I guess, says Vicky. We're talking Martinelli. And Arsenal have drank the beer before buying it, says Baker Boy. And why do I love watching Arsenal lose more than Liverpool, says United Rules. Do you think Arteta can do good with his signings, his existence? I think there's a decent manager in Arteta, but I can only compare it to Solskjaer. When Solskjaer came in and took over Mourinho's side, If he was given no money, he'd still have Fellaini, Lukaku, Sanchez. How can he ever progress? What's happened with Solskjaer is he's been given Maguire, Dan James, Wan-Bissaka, Bruno Fernandes. Players have started to get better under him as well. Look, Arsenal fans will rip the piss out of Ali because that's the sort of fans that they are at times. But ultimately, they should look at what United have done with Oli, and that's what Arteta needs. He needs to bring his own players in, and he needs to be allowed to get rid of players as well, and he needs time and he needs patience. That's what he needs. David Luiz, Brazilian Phil Jones, laugh out loud, says Gabriel. You're spot on with that, mate. You're spot on with that. Anyway, second half is going to be kicking in here. Please share the video if you're watching and subscribe if you're new. Let's see how we're doing for subscribers, actually, because we've had a good day today. We've hit 160,000. We're nearly at 161,000. Please subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner, and share the video if you are watching. Would appreciate that. Lovely stuff. We're not quite at second half yet, but good half of football for City. Not really. I don't think City played that well, but the domination around the box was there. I mean, Arsenal have had a sniff. They've had a sniff on the counter a couple of times, but they're not progressing into the final third with the ball good enough as far as I'm concerned. And until they start to do that, then they're going to struggle. And I don't see a way back, if I'm honest. I don't see a way back, but... maybe they can do it. Maybe they can do it. But, you know, maybe Charlton Athletic can win the cup. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, we've just got to send a message. Right, we're back, and the players are coming back onto the pitch. They're saying they played well, Arsenal. I mean, again, well, you know, if Arsenal fans are saying Arsenal played well, I encourage that. I encourage that because at least there is an element of patience. There's an element of progression, and I think that's something they lack. They need to stop thinking look. I know it's not nice. But United had it. Arsenal finished above... I mean, there's got to be Arsenal fans in the live comments. How many times have you finished above United in the last 7 years since Sir Alex finished? It's quite a lot. I never liked it, but you deserve to do it. You need to get into that phase. You are mid-table matters. Mid-table matters. So, yeah. Why does he not follow me? Players are coming out onto the pitch. There he is. I knew it. Oh my God. That fan thing is a bloody joke. Right, second half is kicking off. My timer, I'm slow again. I'm always slow in the second half. 20, aren't we all? Okay, we're up and running now. We're doing well today, everybody. Has anybody been here from the start? Anybody been here from Sheffield United, Villa? Feels a long time ago now. But it's good to have football back. I tell you what I like about this today as well is I think it's good to have 2 games, then have a day off, and then back Friday night. I think if we had games tomorrow, you know, it's good to have a little bit of a break before the big game, which is United and Spurs. That's going to be a massive game, and I'm confident United can do it. Oh, they've filled up all the people now. Thanks everyone who has been tuning in, by the way, and on Hot Mic. Ruben says, I'm loving the stream. And Ed Gilbert says, I've been here since 5:45. And Mark, you're right about that Arsenal rant you just had. I'd never seen a realistic Arsenal fan actually realise where they are now. The majority of their fans still think it's one season after winning the Tinfoil Invincible Cup, says TK17. And you know what? It took us United fans a long time. I think Arsenal fans still think that if everything went right, they could be fighting for a title next year. Like, there's no United fan that doesn't think we can win the title. Well, there's no United fan that thinks we can win the title in the next 2 years. Everybody looks, even though we're progressing, we still think 3 years before we win a title, and that's a big realization as well. To get in long term and think about things long term is very important. Jesse's back on Hot Mic, nearly 200 people. If you want to give Hot Mic a go for the second half, give it a go. Links in the video description. It's on Apple and Android. Use the invite code Mark363. It's free to do. It's an app. It's the same as what you get on YouTube. You'll see me on there. There is a live chat. There's crowd noise there as well that just makes it a bit more ambient. It's on your phone or it's on your tablet. But when you go in there, if you click on That's Football and Followers, you'll see we're live. Click on my face, or it will say it when you go in. Sync. Turn on the audio for your commentary. Hold up your hot mic of my commentary. Press sync. It syncs in together. And then when I'm saying De Bruyne shoots and scores, you'll see him scoring on there. It syncs in for you. Worth a go. A lot of people are enjoying it. Link in the video description. Mark363, the invite code. How many touches has Aubameyang had, says King K6. Well, he had that shot, didn't he, from distance, but not really. Arsenal need to get on the ball, but Man City are just miles ahead of them. Good run here from Sterling from his own half. He's going to find the ball out wide to De Bruyne. In the box, shoots and blocked. Vishal says that David Luiz is a Poundland version of Jones. Oliver Page says, I love how we can see the Man United scarf. Let's go United. By the way, I watch United stand all the time, but you never notice me. It's hard on the United stand. There's a lot of activity on there. I mean, the watch along on Friday night, United Spurs. Make sure you're on the United stand. It'll be manic. It'll be manic, and you'll get a different me because if you thought I reacted bad to the goal that Sheffield United should have scored, wait when I'm watching United. Oh, David Luiz is going to get sent off. Off you go. Red. Well, will he get a red card? Will he get a red card? I mean, look, Sterling here has turned David Luiz, or is it Mahrez? Is it a red or a yellow? I don't understand anymore whether it's a red or a yellow. It was Mahrez. He pulls Mahrez back. Mahrez turns him. He's got all the pace of a truck. Mahrez sprints past, pulls him back. I mean, it's a bit soft, but it is clumsy. And it's a red card as well. I don't understand that red card rule. I don't understand that red card rule. But, you know, David Luiz, right? He doesn't, like most footballers drive around in a Bentley or a Ferrari. David Luiz, no word of a lie, David Luiz drives round in a smashed up Vauxhall Astra. Do you want to know why? Because he's so clumsy, he can't park it. He scratches things, knocks into things. He's just a very clumsy guy, so he just drives around in a battered old car because he doesn't want to scratch a Ferrari or anything like that. Mr. Clumsy. He needs a book written about him. So De Bruyne is about to make it 2-0 from the penalty spot, which he does. And Arsenal are down to 10 men. It's over, everybody. Chelsea. Arsenal 2-0 down. And David Luiz completes his journey to being the most banter centre-back in the whole of the Premier League. He is atrocious. I wouldn't pick him. I mean, I think that's a positive for Arsenal that he's now going to be suspended because he's crap. He really is bad. The thing is, just don't... Look, I can understand there's an element of softness there, but he does pull him back. Now, can somebody explain to me, because I get very confused, how is that a sending off. Because I thought there was double jeopardy. Phil Jones in a wig, says Simon. Now Mustafi's injured here. They're trying to get him sent off. There's nothing a red card about this. From Raheem Sterling, he goes for the ball. Well, Edison's got nothing to do. He's just doing the crossword. At least we know he's still there. Hi Mark, sorry I made a few bad comments on the United stance. Kevin O'Keefe, last few weeks I've been really struggling on lockdown. Felt bad. It's great football is back, and thanks for the content during lockdown. Wouldn't have got through it without you. Thanks Kevin, appreciate that. Thanks for the super chat. Joshua Bowater says, it was part of the ref's duty of care to send him off, Mark. He knew he was committing career suicide. Kindest thing to do, like putting a sick dog down. Last man thing, says Samir. Yeah, but you know what? If anyone watches my FIFA career mode, I had that with Man City. Last man took me down, penalty, didn't send him off, and somebody said you can't have double jeopardy. David Luiz has single-handedly lost them the game, says Daniel Luciano. Mark, who is worse, Phil Jones or Luiz? I think Luiz, but only just, as Michael says. Hey, Phil Jones is not that bad. You know, Phil Jones has got one bad mistake in him every game. David Luiz has got about 10. Just saw Zane on AFT Mark, he's crying. Says I'm the GOAT. And good points for Fantasy League, says Benjamin Morgan. David Luiz has been sent off, for anybody who wants to know. You call David Luiz bad, but he's got 2 assists. The interesting about this game now is how many. Does Pep want to embarrass at Arteta? No. So will they do it? I don't know. You know, people are saying it could be 5 or 6. I don't think City are going to do that. I don't think Pep wants to do that to Arteta, to be honest. But, you know, professionalism, maybe he will. Have I changed the score? Yes. Yes, I have. Good, good, good. Mid-table matters. I told you. That's what we're watching here. The thing is, we've all said it. This is not a surprise to the rest of the footballing world that Man City are beating Arsenal comfortably in second gear. This is not a surprise to the rest of the football world at all. Like, they do it to themselves. I don't feel sorry. Look, you cannot tarnish a whole fan base. But a lot of these gobby Arsenal fans, and you know who we're talking about. Even Robbie is a bit like it. And I love Robbie. But he's deluded as well. Because their passion for their club infects their brain to make them deluded. Like, Robbie thinks the Invincibles are better than the treble winning side. This is just delusionment. But they also think that they had a chance. They actually think they had a chance. These people who are intelligent people lose all sense of reality through supporting this football club called Arsenal. Like, they genuinely thought they had a chance against Man City. And everybody knows. I mean, I think people were kind and said, look, you never know in football. But really, as you're saying, You never know in football. What you're really saying is, I'm just being polite. You're going to get beat. You're shit. And this is the thing. Man City are just not going to lose to Arsenal unless something really bad happens. But the delusionment is very real with Arsenal. They think they can do things that they cannot do. You can banter Arsenal for their performance in the Europa League, but when it comes to the Prem, you can banter them even more, says Mohamed Jahan. Nick P just turned over to FTV. It's banter. They're all sitting in a room 2 meters apart, shouting at each other. It's like the waiting area in Argos. And Burb says, Arsenal fans melting down, seriously deluded, thought they were going to get top 4. Well, look, this is their game in hand. They'll still be 5 points behind us. And if we lose to Spurs and they beat Brighton, they'll be 2 points behind us. So look, you know, they'll still believe they can get top 4. And you know, if I was an Arsenal fan, that's the way I would look at it. You know, we didn't win our game in hand, but they're going to have to improve a lot to beat Brighton on Saturday afternoon. From what I've seen here. Joshua Bouter, please phone Robbie and put it on speak. He wouldn't pick up. He wouldn't pick up. Cry me a river, says Anthony Wisdom. Man City showing us how two central attacking midfielders can play together. Pogba and Bruno will be lit, Steve Moxon. Yeah, but you've got to have the mobility of the player behind them. Has Matic got that? What is Guendouzi good at? Seriously, says Extras. I mean, I've always quite liked the look of Guendouzi, but a lot of Arsenal fans say he's crap. So, yeah. Arsenal look very unfit, says Krista. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. And we did predict this, and it's unfortunate that it's for Arsenal as well, because the one thing that they could have tried to win on is fitness, and they're not fit. Y Jones and Louise at big clubs. Mark, what's up with me? Says Yankee with WZ. And Arsenal are crap, full stop, says K Wildy. I enjoyed Villa match today better than Arsenal. It's just a one-sided match. Well, they are down to 10 men, even though... Oh, they have put the red bit underneath it. I couldn't see. I think Partey should block Arteta's number, says Extra Z. He's gonna have to get time. He's gonna have to get some time. I still can't believe that goal wasn't given for Sheffield United. Just amazing. Absolutely amazing. What do you think going to start, Shaw or Williams, says Ewan Black? Yeah, chuck me some questions, because I don't think Arsenal are getting back into this game. 10 men, played shit with 11. Man City cruising at 2-0 up. I think if Arsenal get out of this game 3-0, I'd be very happy. Not me personally, just as an Arsenal fan. De Bruyne, Sterling... falls over. He's a bit crap at times, Sterling. Arsenal should be renamed Wet Musket FC, says Ross. Sane's warming up with a smile on his face. When will it end, Robbie, says Charles B. Jamie O'Neill says play Fred instead of Matic. He is more meaty when it comes to putting a foot in. You might have watched my preview. If you haven't, check it out on the United Stand after this. It went up at about 8 o'clock. Give it a watch. Where's Ozil, says Jordan Such. Well, he doesn't like Ozil, does he? Jay Cook says, Mark, Arsenal fan really think they're getting top 6. AFTV is chaos, says Daniel Luciano. Well, nothing's new. Just a bunch of deluded people shouting at each other. It's not credible, is it? The great thing I like about the United stand is, whilst you might get even me ranting at times, you'd have Flex who's calm. Or if someone else is ranting, I'll be realistic. It's like, it's all just the same noise. There's absolutely no realism. They're all deluded. They're all deluded. There's very few Arsenal fans who get it. Even Simon Stone's bantering on Twitter, says Nick P. Good, lovely stuff. Do you think Rashford will start on Friday? Says Ewan Black. Yeah, I do. Score predictions for Spurs United, says Fergus. I think it'll be a draw. And Daniel says United stand is so much more professional and informative. Well, and look, I think fan opinion, you're going to lose it at times. You are going to lose it, of course. That's the whole point of fan opinion. But I think you've got to try and, when you've calmed down, or try when you are angry, to just try. I think about the things on the United stand and I try and compare it to Arsenal. Like the David Luiz. Look, Phil Jones never should be at the club. I have got very little patience with him. People like Fellaini just never liked their style of play, so I would get frustrated with that. But the bigger picture, I'd never... I stood by Mourinho for a long time. A lot past that, more than most did. And when you reach that point, I like to think that I do it knowing that they're not good enough. I don't like to do it thinking they might be good enough. And with Solskjaer, I was Solskjaer out after the Burnley game. But very quickly after that, they went and bought Bruno Fernandes, who's a player I felt that we should have bought last summer. So very quickly, I was like, you know what? I can't stay being Ollie out, even though I've said I think he needed to go after the Burnley game. I thought he wasn't good enough, because he's now got Bruno Fernandes, and it was a reset button. So, yeah, I just think that, as I say, I'm not an Arsenal fan, but I can look at it, and that's what this channel's for, because we watch all football, and everybody is welcome. If there was an Arsenal fan on here, I would just say, you've got so much work to do, and you're gonna have to be patient. And are you gonna be patient, or are you gonna start moaning about Arteta after another few losses and say he's not good enough? No manager's gonna come in and make that team great. Klopp couldn't, Pep couldn't. It's miles away. So, and with that, if I say to an Arsenal fan, no manager's coming in and making you good, if you accept that reality, then you've also got to accept the reality that you can't be expecting top four. You can't be expecting to beat Man City. You can't be expecting to finish above Spurs and Chelsea. You're going to have to accept where you are. If no manager can come in and make you great, what's going to make you great? A whole revamp of your squad. That's going to take time. So they're 18 months off. Next season, they won't get top four either. So they've got to go all through the rest of this season, all through next season, and start building. And do you think some Arsenal fans can be that patient? I think give it 12 months, the patience will disappear and they'll want Arteta gone as well. But they are 18 months at least off fighting for not next season top four, maybe the year after. Can they be that patient? If David Luiz played well, things would be different. I like Arteta, says Vinit Vidaran. Well, yeah, he's cost you 2 goals. What happened to Sheffield United? I heard they got robbed, says Caden. Biggest robbery in years. Absolutely over... Right, let me just... If you didn't watch the Sheffield United game, cross comes in the first half. Villa keeper catches it. Villa player, not Sheffield United player, knocks him into the net, takes it over the line and pushes it against the post, which is still over the line. Sheffield United players are like, what? Linesman, nothing. Michael Oliver's like, it's not vibrating on my arm. They're playing it back. Everyone's like, it's over the line. It's over the line. VAR, who could have said something to him, don't say anything. 5 minutes later, it's half time. We come out second half, we play on. Goal not given to Sheffield United. Absolutely ridiculous. Ridiculous. And I think that... I just think it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. But... And also, look, I didn't want Sheffield United to win because they would have been above United. But I will, try and see things, pragmatically, of course. And I just think in the modern game, for that to happen, this is something that happened in '66. This is something that happened in the World Cup with Frank Lampard against Germany in 2010. We're 10 years on. We're meant to have the technology that this stupidity cannot. I would never, you know, if somebody said to me this morning, Sheffield United are going to have a goal that is not allowed because it went over the line, and it won't be given, I would have said, what are you on about? We've got the technology. That will never happen again. And it is. Treble substitution for Arsenal here. Lacazette's coming on. I don't think Pepe's coming on. VAR apologised for getting it wrong. Adrian Steele, I don't accept the apology. I think it's a joke. At that level of football. And also, if they got it wrong, why could it not have been sorted out? Arsenal finishing 6th or 8th, and that's realistic, says YK. And I would imagine Michael Oliver would have loved it if Aston Villa had said, look, we're just going to let them score a goal because it's wrong. But do Villa have to do that? No. Thoughts on the standard of football today, says Ashancho Nazim. I think since it went to 2-0, Man City have dropped down a level. I think, look, I never expected good football. I think we're going to have to wait a week or so. Until everybody's played 2 or 3 games, I don't think the football level's going to go up. And it will go up in about 2 or 3 games' time. But at the moment, different levels of fitness. I mean, I really hope when United play Spurs on Friday that United's fitness is much better than Spurs, because I think we're already quicker than them. But Foden's on for Man City as well. Please subscribe if you're new, by the way. I haven't asked that for a while. Subscribe if you're new, bottom right-hand corner. We're nearly at 161,000. Typical Michael Oliver's vibrator wasn't working, says Tristan Van Donner. He'd probably put the batteries from the GDS into his vibrator, hadn't he? And forgotten to change it around. Mark, do you think Arsenal will get relegated? I'm not saying it was his personal vibrator. He might have had it for other reasons. This is turning out a great day. Sheffield United dropping points and Arsenal getting whipped. I love Wednesday, says Anthony Wisdom. I just love having football back. I love having football back. Claude's belly. Oh dear. Don't want to talk about that. It's not fair. Mid-table lives matter, says Why So Serious. And Spurs fitness won't be good. Remember United after Jose, says Brownie. Good point. Good point. And I really hope United will win on Friday. My birthday's on Saturday, says DJ John T. There will be a watch-along for the United game. It'll be on the United Stand. If you're not aware of the United Stand, it's the biggest Manchester United fan channel on YouTube. And we'll be doing the watch-along for that on there. And then we'll be back on here for a couple of games on Saturday. I think I'm going to do Arsenal-Brighton, because I think Arsenal might lose. But we'll definitely be doing Leicester versus Watford as the first one, and then just continue like we have with this. De Bruyne's coming off after 68 minutes here. FIFA's back tomorrow, Stephen A, and I'm glad that you and your lad Rowan enjoy it. FIFA will be back live tomorrow at 2:30 and on Friday, so I'll get 2 episodes in on this channel before the next watch-along. Rodri and Fernandinho have come on for Laporte and De Bruyne, so Man City are able to ease back into this league. It still means that obviously Liverpool cannot win the league against Everton on Sunday night. They need 2 wins. We've all had it bad with the Chuckle brothers, Chris Smalling and Phil Jones, but it's nowhere near diabolical and hilarious to what Arsenal have in David Luiz and Mustafi. Feel for their supporters, says Graham Alphonsus. And it's lovely looking down at Arsenal, hoping we can stay in the top 4 race, but I'll take another season in Europa. Love the content, Mark, says Matthew Paul. Hey, you know what? Matthew Paul's a Wolves fan. Wolves are currently in 7th with 43 points, and they are 5 points off Chelsea. I wouldn't rule yourselves out. No one's talking about Wolves in the relations. I mean, look, and if Man City do get a ban, 5th gets you in there, but 5 points off. You're 5 points off Chelsea. You're not going to catch Leicester. I think 10 points is too much. I mean, I think we can do it with 8, but I think 10 might be a little bit 2 points too much. But Wolves fixtures, just so we can go through that. West Ham on Saturday, R5. You need to win. Then you've got Bournemouth at home. I'd expect you to win. Villa, tough game, but you could win that. So if you took 9 points from 3 games, I think you're in a good position. Then you've got Arsenal at home. Well, I think you can win that. So that I'd expect you to win that. Sheffield United, I think you could win that. Everton, you could win that. Burnley away, tough. Palace at home, and then Chelsea. You know what? I think, in fairness, Wolves, I think you've got to win your next 8 games. Very difficult. Very difficult to do it. But if you won your next 8 games, and then you've got Chelsea, you could get top 4. It's a big ask, but your fixtures are not as bad as I thought they were. I mean, a lot of people have got to play teams like Spurs, and, you know, I think Wolves... I think the problem with Wolves is squad, isn't it? It's the squad depth. That's going to be a problem. Question time for you, Mark. See if you can get this one. When were most of today's Premier League clubs playing in a previous season? Which one? Before the 2015-16? I can't wait for you to shout. Get in. When were what? When were most of today's Premier League clubs playing in a previous season? I don't know what that means. I think I'm being a bit thick. Will you do any more Bundesliga watch-alongs, says Ewan. No. Never in a million years. Not unless we're on lockdown and they're the only league going. Dortmund lost 2-0. I don't see that as a bad result, 'cause Dortmund can't win the league now. And also, they can't... so if Sancho's not playing well, it just damages his value to me. So, you know... They're having a drinks break now with 20 minutes to go. Oh, my back's hurting. It's proper hurting me now. I haven't had a stretch in a while, actually. They're having a drinks break, so Goldbridge is having a back break. Not literally. That would hurt. Do yourself a favour, be a liquor saver. I don't even know what that's from. What are you singing that for? Just watching the David Luiz sending off there. I mean, he can't complain. He cannot complain. Boing. Who's watching the United stand on Friday night? I'll be back. Ugh. Yeah, we have got fan cams. I'm proper looking forward to it. I really am looking forward to it. Wow, you know, we've been live for nearly 4.5 hours. Good show. Thank you, everybody. I've not even been to the toilet. Don't know how I managed to do that. So somebody just said, what games are you doing then, Goldie? I'm going to tell you right now that I'm going to do... I'm glad we didn't do the Italian Cup final. I told you it's crap. 0-0. Juventus and Napoli. Bloody hell. So, obviously, we've done 2 tonight. I'm doing United versus Spurs on the United stand on Friday night. On Saturday lunchtime, I'm doing Watford versus Leicester on this channel. And then I'll probably just stay live and do Brighton against Arsenal. Then I won't do West Ham Wolves and I won't do Bournemouth Crystal Palace. I'll be too tired after that. Sunday, I'm going to do Villa versus Chelsea at 4 o'clock. And then I'll do Everton versus Liverpool straight after that. Monday, I'm not doing Man City Burnley. Crap game. I'm not doing that. Leicester Brighton on Tuesday at 6. And then Spurs West Ham, I may do. Wednesday will be about United against Sheffield United, which is a 6 o'clock kickoff. Thursday, I'll probably do Chelsea Man City and Southampton Arsenal. And then Friday, there's nothing. And then Saturday, it's all about the FA Cup. So that's the next week or so. Yellow card here for Tierney. How many? I don't know how many subscribers we got. Does anyone know how many? Please subscribe if you're new, bottom right hand corner. I don't know what we're on though. Do you know that, Mark? Says Kilt. How can we get on the fan cams? Says Josh Ginnell. You're going to struggle. Everyone's welcome on the fan cams, but you're going to struggle in lockdown because we've had to go with people who we've got contact details for. So yeah, it's difficult to do that at the moment, and it's just part of lockdown. As soon as lockdown's over, and I actually think, and I hope, and I pray that we are starting to move towards something in the UK whereby a free kick here for Sterling. About 30 yards. If Raheem Sterling scores this free kick, I'll stand up and applaud it because he ain't. As somebody who's elite at free kicks on FIFA, Raheem Sterling has not got the ability to do that, and he's played a pass. See, I knew he wouldn't shoot from there. He played a pass to Bernardo. How many of today's current Premier League clubs was also apparent in the 1972-73 season? That's what I mean. I can't wait until first United goal and you scream, says Kelt House. I don't know, mate. I wasn't around in that time. But how many Premier League clubs currently were in the 72-73 season? Oh, I'm going to take a guess at 8. And I'm probably totally wrong. 13 minutes to go here. Arsenal have offered absolutely nothing. I mean, they are down to 10 men, but they didn't offer much with 11. Adam Noon says that Arsenal have still got to play Liverpool. And Liverpool have only got to play Chelsea. I really hope that Liverpool do keep their foot on the pedal. That's reminded me, actually. You know, United, if we beat Spurs on Friday, I think we will definitely get top 4 because the run-in for teams like Chelsea, they've got to play Man City next Thursday, and I think Man City will be much better by Thursday because they'll have played 3 games. They'll have played Burnley on Monday, and then but Arsenal's run-in's quite interesting. They've played their game in hand now. Brighton away on Saturday, Southampton away on Thursday, Sheffield United in the FA Cup's irrelevant. Home to Norwich, you'd expect them to win that, but then they're away to Wolves, home to Leicester, away to Spurs, home to Liverpool, away to Villa, home to Watford. And Villa and Watford won't be easy games because they're a team that can go down. So I think Arsenal will do well to finish 7th this season. Bernardo Silva into the box. Bad pass. A yellow card for Rodri. Mark, love the dedication and the passion. You've kept us up to date with our dose of football all day during the lockdown. Love from Goa. Love the Instagram live show last week. Visit soon. Oh, thanks, Graham Alphonsus. Really appreciate the super chat. And I really enjoyed the Instagram chat as well. It's nice just to be able to sit and chat about Manchester United. So thank you for that. Ever watch Benidorm, says Ewan? No. Oh, I think I watched some of the first ones, to be honest. But it's one of those shows where they just change the whole cast, don't they? I tell you what's worth watching. If you ever liked the film Karate Kid, watch Cobra Kai. I've said it a few times, but it's great. Oh, I'd stop the game. Edison's flew and collided with a Man City player quite badly. And, yeah, get the bloody stretcher on quick. He's moving his legs, but it's more going to be about his neck here. I hope it's not Laporte. No, Laporte came off, didn't he? It can't be Laporte. Yeah, so Edison came flying out, got the ball, and then hit into his fellow Man City player. They're bringing the stretcher on. He's moving his legs. I think it's more about his neck. Kenneth Knoll, thanks for the contribution. I think he's all right because he's twisting his arse as well. If it's a spinal injury, he wouldn't be able to do that. Hi, Mark. As we are the biggest Man United fan channel in the world, would you consider entering for Soccer Aid, says Nathan Medhurst. I don't know how. Enter what, Nathan? How do you enter? Well, bit of a gap here. Well, Fernandino's smiling, so I don't think it's too bad. Penalties in the Coppa Italia final, says the Picard. And when do you reckon fans will be at the game, says Stephen B. Harry? Yeah, I wanted to talk about Stephen, actually. I think that we will get fans in the game, and I think it will be in September. Now, people will laugh about that, but remember when I had DT and Robbie on the United stand back in like late March when the lockdown first hit? And they were like, I don't think we'll see football again this year. Definitely not before like November time. And I said, I think it'll be back mid-June. I think we'll see fans in the ground in September. I think we'll come out of this as quick as we came into it. But it's just when we'll come out of it. I'm not saying there's not going to be a second wave or anything like that, but I think that there will be. A few people are saying that it looks like a bad injury. I just look at the players, and Fernandino's like doing little laughing and joking. Hey, look, Fernandino and Edison have just gone like that. You're telling me this is a bad injury? And Raheem Sterling's laughing. I'll tell you what, if he's broke his back and neck, they're going to look like right insensitive shits, aren't they? I mean, Matthew McFarlane says it doesn't look that bad. Look at what I always say when there's an incident. Look at the people that are close to the incident and how they're reacting. Edison, Fernandino and Sterling were all having a right laugh there. I think Mendy's pulled his shirt up before something else. I mean, it looks like it might be a bad injury. Aguero's on, by the way. He's got bloody oxygen round his face. Edison's showing Sterling his glove, smiling, going, I don't know, it's just weird. Maybe some people react with a smile when they're nervous. I don't know. But do you do United watch along on here or United stands as you? United stand, mate. United stand for United games. I don't think Mendy's crying. I think he's doing it because of breathing and lockdown. Yeah, because Lacazette's doing it as well. They're just covering their mouths and talking. Who is it who's injured? Huge fan, always keep me entertained during matches. Thanks for all the smiles and laughter, says Mike. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I think Risharaj is right. It's probably the commentary that you're listening to making it very serious because they're just being sensationalist and silly. The point is, always in an incident like that, look at the way the people around it are reacting. Bloody the guy who did it, if Edison was really genuinely concerned, he wouldn't be there laughing and smiling. And this will all be precautionary. Otherwise, they're going to look very insensitive. It's Eric Garcia. He's the other centre-half, says Druv. Thank you. It is taking a long time. What are you laughing for? He's broken his neck. And I don't know whether he has broken his neck. Adrian's probably right. It's probably just a precaution in case he's got a spinal injury. Which I don't think he has, because when he was on the floor, he was twisting his bum and like that. So you wouldn't be able to do that if he'd like literally paralysed himself or anything horrific like that. Looks like it's a neck injury, Soph E, yes. They're just covering their mouths because they don't want to get lip read, says Kelt Helsland. Yes, good point. To be honest, he's probably got severe concussion. He was hit at quite a big time. Thoughts on Mourinho, says Martin Austin. I think he's an interesting guy to listen to. I'm just very glad he doesn't manage my football club anymore. Yeah, I don't know what Spurs fans think of him, but you know, we were very protective of him when we had him. You want to believe the best, but the reality is he's a defensive coach, and he always will be. I don't think he's ever going to change that. I don't think I'm totally expecting Spurs to sit back and defend and try and hit us on the break when we play them on Friday, even though they need to win the game and they're the home side technically. Yeah, he's never going to play swashbuckling Pep style football, is he? I'm surprised you haven't been called up or suggested for Soccer Aid, as you're a well-known, lovable icon now for us, says Nathan Med. Yeah, I ain't mainstream though. I'm not bloody Ollie Murs, am I? I mean, you know, if United want a celebrity, they're going to pick Ollie Murs over me, aren't they? As sad as that is, yeah. 2-0 up, 11 versus 10, and the keeper does this, says Joshin Alexander. Well, have Man City got any more subs? That's a good point. Let's have a look. You get 5 subs as he used all 5. He has. Fernandinho, Silva, Rodri, Foden and Aguero. So he's used all 5 subs, so it's going to be 10 against 10 for the last 10. There you go. All the 10s. It's 10 versus 10. They'll be fine. The main thing is that the lad's all right. And we're back up and running, and we're nearly at the full 90, but I think there'll be about 10 minutes added on here. But you know what, in seriousness, that could be a very serious injury, and let's hope that it's not. But this was why football could only really come back when it was viable to do so. And hence in the UK, the infection rates coming down, the death rates coming down, the hospitals aren't swamped. Because this was a very good point, is that when you've got a bad injury like that, you know, it would be so immoral to have, you know, trained medical experts dealing with football when the hospitals were swamped with people dying of coronavirus. So that just came into my head there. I think Napoli are going to win the penalty shootout in the Coppa Italia, by the way, if anyone's interested in that. Existence says those injuries are the most dangerous, and Dexter Morgan says hospitals are empty, mate, wake up. I didn't say that they weren't. You're not listening to me, Dexter. Why do people not listen and get angry and do capital letter things without listening? You're straight in there with your capital letters trying to make some statement about hospitals being empty. When if you'd actually listened, what I said was this was why we had to wait for football to come back, for the death rates and the infection rate to come down, because football probably could have been played. You could have put all footballers into hospitals, into hotels and quarantined them and played football, but it would have been immoral to do it when there was a big infection rate and death rate, because that is going to go hand in hand with medical resources. Napoli have won the Coppa Italia against Juventus. The social distancing on the bench and the fist pumping is really pissing me off. Well, I would imagine that this is just a political thing for the Premier League, really. They are doing it to... it's more about a message. Oh, Aguero, post. 3-0, Foden. Aguero hits the post and Foden's there to make it 3-0. Happy days. Unless you're an Arsenal fan. Happy days. Aguero hit the post. It's a long ball over the top. Well, it's not. It's a long ball out wide. 10 against 10. Arsenal have a go. But look, they've got 6 players back. 6 players against 2. That is crap. Oh, you know, Arsenal... There you go then, troops. You're going to moan about Luis now? Terrible. It's got 11 minutes to be added on here. I've got to change the score. That's what I'm trying to do. 3-0. But yeah, I think that what that goal there does with Foden is that effectively they're running 2 City defenders against 6 Arsenal defenders, and still the ball ends up in the back of the net. And look, it's very. I've been down this road. I've been down this road too many times. It's very fashionable to try and pin it onto one player, but that one player is not on the pitch now. David Luiz is not on the pitch. And they still concede a goal. Like, because of poor defensive play. It's not all about one player. That whole team needs... This is what I've been saying about Arsenal for a long time. That whole team needs a revamp. You know, it's not... David Luiz is terrible. Yes, he is. But there's 5 or 6 other players in that team that are terrible as well. You know, we all hear about how great Kieran Tierney is. And I thought, at Celtic, I was like, he's got potential. Did I really want him to come to United? I would have been interested if we'd have been in for him. But Arsenal think he's better than bloody Robertson. You know, just because he's Scottish doesn't mean he's better than Andy Robertson. Like, you know. It's delusion. It's always delusion. They just will not accept it. He's not... No, Josh Watkins, you're right. He's not better than Luke Shaw. He's definitely not better than Luke Shaw. Never in a million years is he better than Luke Shaw. You know, Martinelli's better than bloody Greenwood, but can't get on the team. Can't get on the pitch. Graham says that United are going to win against Spurs, Mark. We're not going to have such a bad day for sure. I hope so. Juventus lost the final. Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. Coppa Italia's a load of crap anyway. The Serie A league title was quite interesting. Oh, I thought it was going to be 4-0 there. Bernardo Silva put it wide. He's not happy. Let's get him a phone now. I'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be back. It's been a long old day, but at least we've had some goals. I tell you what, can I just say as well, we're 20 subscribers away from 161,000. That we're only 20 away. So if you are somebody who's new, or if you haven't subscribed, bottom right hand corner, please do, and it will cap off 2 very good streams because we're only 20 away. And we'll be back with FIFA tomorrow at 2:30, of course. Leicester Watford on Saturday, and then Arsenal Brighton. Hopefully Brighton will win that. Feed Aguero. This could be 4. Oh, side netting. That should have been a goal, Sergio. Player of your quality. Have you watched the film yesterday about everyone forgetting the Beatles apart from one person? I would recommend it, says Joshua Bowwater. I might take a look at that, yeah. Hey, Robbie's going to owe me 200 quid for charity, by the way, if you're thinking about giving them a little bit of banter. 3-0. How did Aguero miss that? Says I know you put money on that. They won't. I don't think they'll be in the Europa League, Arsenal. So, and thanks for 161,000. I'll change that while we're here. Actually, while we're live, I'll do it. But yes, I mean this was meant to be Arsenal's top 4 challenge, wasn't it? And unfortunately for Arsenal fans, everybody else in the world knew this was going to happen. The Arsenal top 4 challenge. They're on the terrible ball. The Arsenal top 4 challenge has lasted about as long as a butterfly's fart and has about the same impact. FA Cup kicks in next week, Steve. Quarterfinals. Matt Red says Aguero doesn't look that fit. Well, nobody's going to be that fit yet. I mean, I still don't think this game's been brilliant, and I don't think Man United Spurs will be brilliant because I just don't. How can you expect players to be absolutely match fit, sharp? Just not going to happen. Might be a goal for Arsenal here. Consolation, cut back, and corner to Arsenal. Do you think Bruno will be as good as he was before lockdown? Says Ewan. I hope so, mate. I hope so. But I don't think he'll be as sharp. I don't think anybody will. But he's got to be on the penalties. He's got to be on the free kicks, as far as I'm concerned. I will be back tomorrow on this channel at 2:30, and in the morning on the United Stand we've got a press conference reaction. Ollie's doing his press conference at 10 o'clock, so we'll be live straight after that with a Solskjaer press conference. First one in ages. Looking forward to that. Excited for that. Still a couple of minutes to go in this game. It's been a long one. We've had 11 minutes of added time. But I want to say thank you to everybody who's been watching. We've been live for a few hours. We did Sheffield United versus Villa as well. But thanks everyone who's tuned in for both games. Lots and lots of watch-alongs to come on this channel. So make sure you get your notifications on by clicking the bell and subscribing. We'll be back tomorrow at 2:30 with the next episode of the FIFA Career Mode. Leicester Watford will be the next watch along on this channel, but my next watch along will be obviously United Spurs on the United Stand on Friday night. And if you have been watching these 2 games of football, could I just ask you to watch the United Stand latest video, because it went up at 8 o'clock when everyone's been watching this, and it's my preview for the Spurs game with graphics and everything. So it's only about 20 minutes long, but I think there's some very good information in there as to who should be dropped. I've changed my mind again, that's all I'm going to say. But that's the latest upload on the United Stand, so do give it a watch. Still got a good couple of minutes left in this. City could still get a 4th. As an Arsenal fan, AFTV is poor representation of us. Most of us are realistic and are not delusional. Arteta needs backing for the team to improve. Clip that. I'll tweet it if someone wants to do it. That's what Arsenal fans really need to be talking about. This sensational, deluded bullshit needs to stop. You're just becoming a pantomime. Why are you raging about losing to Man City? Why are you raging about David Luiz when off the pitch you still had 6 players against 2 strikers and conceded because you're crap? Your whole team needs renovating. You're not going to be in a top 4 race next year. Can these raging Arsenal fans be patient enough to wait 18 months for any progress? Because that's what it's going to take. I don't think they can. I don't think they can. It's toys out the pram. I mean, what are you raging about losing to City? You're in mid-table matters. You know, I'm not even bantering you. Anybody can see it. You're miles off. But Arteta might be the right man, and you need to be patient. So stop raging and putting pressure and putting your blood pressure up over games that you're always going to lose. Brilliant comment from Will Yexley. I think you've hit the nail on the head. And that's the final whistle, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Thanks for everyone who's liked the video. Thanks for all the new subscribers. Thanks for everybody who is a normal fan anyway. Please go and check out the latest video on the United Stand, Spurs versus United preview. I think you'll really enjoy that. It's up on the United Stand now. I'll see you tomorrow. My throat's a bit dry, but really appreciate everyone tuning in. Really enjoyed it. Football is back and not a lot's changed apart from massive controversies over that goal decision system, but typical Arsenal crap. Brilliant show of the predicted lineup. Do watch it, says Graham. Thanks everyone. Check the latest video out on the United Stand, please. I'll see you tomorrow.